Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to The Big Thing Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Game.
Damn, that is good spice. And hot, too.
10, no.
Chris Wolfhard.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
And Dr. Aggro.
Women.
Here on GigaBoots.
I'm sorry I got political there.
It's okay. I know you were referencing Flips Through Notes Eraserhead.
You know how that bridge collapsed this week?
The real one or some metaphorical one in between communities?
The real one.
I am loosely aware, yes.
You ever think how rebuilding it is going to take less time and people than any AAA game?
This wouldn't be a sad point to make if we didn't keep... They didn't keep tying AAA games continuing to exist to servers, because there's something to be said for making an artistic thing that continues forward, right? Like Jurassic Park is with us forever now.
Right.
But so many AAA games are just like, we couldn't find the server. I don't exist.
You see that this isn't something that we covered because it was so minor, but somebody's suing Ubisoft. They're like, you sold me like the software license you sold me for The Crew. Like, you should have to keep that shit up forever.
Has he successfully actually started this process? Because I assume you're talking about Ross's Game Dungeon, who's been working up the legal argument for this for a few months now, if not like loosely in the background for a year and a half.
I think it actually started.
That's great. Yeah, no, I'm he has Big Thick Dimension's full support. Because he should win.
He should.
Yeah.
I don't think there's actually even a single mechanic reason in The Crew, the original The Crew, that it should be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would really like some sort of legal thing to discourage developers from making games that no, it doesn't work if it can't handshake our server.
Yeah, that would be nice. Because as it turns out, they won't just do it themselves.
No, that never.
I wonder, what are the percentage of Japanese games that would stop working if the server didn't exist? Like in the single player capacity, right? Obviously some multiplayer games. But what's that percentage versus Western? Is this a specifically Western ideology here, right?
I feel like it is, because even stuff like Anarchy Reigns, you can still play offline. And that game is literally just like, here's an online combat arena.
Yeah.
Japan doesn't like until very recently which isn't with stuff like Genshin Impact. Japan didn't try to really cross the streams of these heavily monetized games that have to constantly handshake a server with like console games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a much more recent phenomenon.
I feel like you really only start to raise that number when you include mobile games and more mobile originated games, you know?
Yeah,
like
which there's
Genshin,
a ton of those.
Which isn't Genshin Chinese?
Yeah, and Genshin itself was Chinese.
Yeah, Genshin is
yeah.
Chinese.
So
but
like
a lot of Japanese companies are now working on their own versions of Genshin Impact.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Blue Protocol still isn't out.
Bob, what are you talking about? We watched Blue Protocol the other night. Oh, wait, that was Blue Velvet.
I think it shipped in Japan already.
It might have.
I think.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we pushed it back in the States.
I can't.
Yeah. What?
Just thought of Blue Protocol being anything like Blue Velvet. A much more interesting game, honestly.
The lady looks at the closet. She's like, I know you're in there. And then it cuts to you inside the closet. When she opens the door, that's when you create your character. This would be really good. Jesus. And then, of course, the first thing you do in the game is immediately what happens after that in the movie. I will not say what it is, but, Now I see people in chat saying, create Pat eating chocolate in the closet. I wish that was a video. If only it was a video, I would just edit that into Blue Velvet. Anyways, hey, what's up? We watched another David Lynch thing.
Yeah, I also watched it because I had to get ready for Silent Hill 2, which I'm streaming on Saturday. So on Saturday and maybe Sunday, I probably won't do the whole thing in one stream because I'll probably get really lost in the maze of doors. Be like, we'll figure this out later. Goodbye.
Yeah,
But it'll probably be Saturday and Sunday. But yes, I'm streaming Silent Hill 2, so I had to watch Blue Velvet.
Yes. Just so
and then
you
Dan
can know.
and Bob had to watch Blue Velvet so I wouldn't beat them to watching Blue Velvet.
It's true. I had it on my shelf for a few months now. It would have been absurd if Chris beat me to it.
I had this thought watching the movie because it has this opening montage where it's very, very like Pax Americana. You know, it shows like the white suburb, like the very
white picket fence. Yeah,
white picket fence. I want like a scene with that tone and framing about modern suburbia. So you have like the 7-ton truck. The guy has like his assault rifle stickers on the back of the truck. He walks out in like army fatigues he got from the military surplus store and like AliExpress sunglasses.
This is a very specific and very different image.
No, it's just the modern version of American suburbia.
It's funny when you take a picture of something at two different points in time, how different it can be.
Instead of like the mom and pop main street, it's like some horrible strode between 4 different strip malls.
There's a little bit of this energy in Twin Peaks: The Return. A little bit.
That's true. That's true. For people who don't know, Blue Velvet is a David Lynch film made 2 years before Twin Peaks, the original series. So Agent Dale Cooper is in this as the main character, Kyle MacLachlan, and he's like, I am young. And I'm like, I already watched Twin Peaks. I programmed you in my brain as mid-20s. I'm sorry. You don't look different enough.
He still looks the same.
I still haven't watched David Lynch's Dune because I'm waiting until I watch part 2 to watch it. I'm very excited for baby Kyle MacLachlan.
Yeah, because that's another 5 years
I gotta
before.
watch Twin Peaks now.
Yep. Oh, you really got to do that if you're playing Silent Hill games. That shit is like very, very direct.
See, I know it's direct because I played Deadly Premonition, which is exactly as blatant.
Yeah.
If not slightly more so.
So how do I put this? The soul of Twin Peaks is definitely in Silent Hill. Like if you watch season 1 and 2 to completion, the soul of Twin Peaks is absolutely in Silent Hill 2 at minimum. The text of Twin Peaks is in Deadly Premonition.
Yeah. That's
when for anyone who's like
kind of tell that
for anyone who's like
Twin Peaks is also in Silent Hill 1.
Deadly Premonition does it has the soul too. I'm just gonna point out when you replace the log lady with a soup lady and she just has a pot of mystery soup, I feel
I'm on your side.
It.
I don't think the soul of Twin Peaks is in Deadly Premonition. I think it's mostly the text.
Yeah. I'm very excited to play Deadly Premonition someday. For anyone who's curious about my comment about Silent Hill 1, Bob and I still haven't played that through.
No.
We only played through Silent Hill 2 twice. Because we needed to play the HD remaster.
Right.
It's interesting.
Which I figured the HD remaster would have been way worse. Given the legacy.
True. Yeah, there were some bad parts, but it was nowhere near the level of bad that people make it out to be.
Yeah, it was disappointing in that regard. Not that it was okay for them to ship it.
No.
It wasn't. Just like
is it more fucked up than like any modern port that is fucked up? Like I feel like they ship so bad nowadays, almost all of them.
I am vexed when it comes to saying that it is definitively worse than what happened with those Arkham games, even on PS4. It's hard to make that call.
Yeah, no, I feel like what happened to the Arkham games is probably worse.
Yeah. Because they ruined the lighting in every single scene. The art design has shifted entirely because the shaders are different. Yeah,
and then those Tales Up ports where things are locked to 30 and look bad. Like, yeah, I don't think it's as bad as those.
Yeah, I don't know. But in the same way, it's not okay for them to have shipped the Silent Hill HD remasters. And like to a lesser extent, I am frustrated that the Metal Gear Solid ports are still just like on the modern platforms are still just 720p. Because
that's really annoying. Like, come the fuck on.
The main reason they do it is
because you don't want to try.
Right. Because you would have to retool a lot of the effects in the game to look the same at a higher resolution, because it will literally look different if you just crank up the resolution. Like, it would theoretically be a ninth the size for some of those effects, so they wouldn't really show. It's depressing. Some people are saying 900p, or they're talking about Arkham. Yeah, that's the state of things. Somehow we started at AAA games don't have a good legacy and ended up back again at AAA games not having a good legacy going forward because of the preservation. It all comes back to preservation. By the way, I wanted to point out Ross's Game Dungeon is a really good YouTube channel. I highly recommend just going to Ross's channel and watching his reviews and stuff. He's the guy who did the review that gave me the source on a Riggs sound clip, which was the "I'm burning," which is really good because it's a point-and-click adventure, and this dude's like, it's pretty hot in here, but I can handle it. And he's in a fucking volcano, and the moment he tries to cross a bridge, he burns up like tissue paper. I'm like, I didn't expect realism in this wizard point-and-click adventure game. Anyway, that's enough about that. I'm just typing this out.
Okay.
Hey, Bob.
What's up?
We played Alone in the Darks.
We did.
The original from 1992.
God. Insane.
The 2008 reboot / sequel? Unclear. Reimagining. Let's call it that because technically it should be canon to the original.
Right.
And the brand new one that came out last week. Our man, Edward Carnby, is in all 3 games. And boy, does he look very different in every single one.
Yeah, there's not even a similarity between any of them. Like, among the 3, none of them match.
It's so good. It's delightful that this is possibly, in the strongest way possible, the best combo we could have had for a flop swap, because all 3 of these are such different games. The 2008 game almost comes off as every comment we've ever made about a 7th gen AAA game, but as a satire.
Right. Like, I can't believe that the game that actually shipped.
Chris, we got to this segment pretty late in the stream, so you saw many amazing moments, like puzzle solving, like you were mentioning earlier from the stream, where we had to use a stick to move a live wire cable out of water and to hang it on a stray piece of rebar hanging out of a rail.
Yeah, and you had to light wood on fire so the death roaches wouldn't get you.
That's my least favorite part of that game.
You had to drive a car on a ramp and it cuts to the slow motion Dukes of Hazzard cam, but the game has not checked to see if you'll make the jump. So the first 2 times you just kind of bonked on the rim and then fell into a ravine and died.
Okay, so you didn't hit a barrier and a short cutscene played. It just swung the camera out while the physics were still going.
Well, the 2 fail times, it just cut to a third-person camera angle to show how cool the jump was, and Bob's just like, "We're not making that." I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's not looking good. Hopefully, it cheats this jump." It did not.
God.
The third time, we succeeded, and it smash cut to a shot of nothing, and then an ambulance spawned in. And then it cut to the inside, and then we were all of a sudden there with the people inside.
Yeah, I'm convinced
And that
you
was
skipped a
lucky because
cutscene.
Or a whole gameplay segment, maybe.
Your car had flipped over. Your ass was going in that ravine if you hadn't crossed the invisible cutscene. Why?
Yes.
What a moment that was. But it got topped by the end of the stream, Chris. Because we had to get forklift certified for a puzzle segment. And the puzzle solution ended up being, well, obviously you should tell that your forklift can shove into this mound of dirt and raise the platform.
You know what's going to be such a fucking nightmare? All AAA game development will crash. It'll be starting to build itself back up. Valve will release Half-Life 3. And it'll all happen again.
Oh,
good. At least this time it'll be funny. It's like when a stand-up comedian does their bits from 4 decades ago, and you just go, "Still doing that shit, huh?" Wow.
It'll have like insanely accurate like sand physics, and it'll have tons of puzzles about filling things with sand.
We made a quantum physics engine that ties random particles together into a quantum superposition where they're in a paired state. It doesn't actually affect gameplay at all, but it takes a shit ton of resources.
we made Half-Life 2, but also just included the portal gun, and now that's part of the physics puzzles.
God.
You have a gravity gun, portal gun hybrid.
Can you imagine trying to get a Half-Life 2 cinder block to accurately land on a board by dropping it through a portal?
Yes, it's probably
Sure,
easier than most of the stuff in Alone in the Dark.
Yeah.
That'll be every game made between 2026 to 2036.
Everyone will be shocked when their games that are obviously thin knockoffs of Half-Life 3 don't sell nearly as much as Yakuza 12.
God, Half-Life 3 will sell 30 million copies and ruin the industry, though.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Frankly. Because anyone who's going to be heavily influenced by that they weren't cooking beforehand anyways.
Yeah, no, it'll just ruin another game made by Kevin Levine. Ken Levine.
Boy, we have to talk about some ruined things from him this week.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about it.
Oh yeah, did you show that in news? I don't think I did.
I did not, but I will hear it a little bit because we do have to bring it up.
So Alone in the Dark, the original, is the first, as they say, 3D horror video game, a predecessor, an ancestor of Resident Evil. It has the vibes, though, of a point-and-click adventure game, as you must solve the very specific ways to encounter enemies and solve
it's like,
puzzles.
are you the game dev? You don't know how to play it then.
It was really funny. Bob thought of and tried to engage with his exact known solution for dealing with a pirate enemy, and it didn't work seemingly. So then we tried 6 other things, and eventually someone in chat said, "Bob had the right idea. You just need to get frame perfect."
There's a pirate?
Yeah, there's a pirate. He walks down the hall, and you can't shoot him with a gun to kill him. You have to fight him with swords.
Is it like a ghost pirate?
Maybe a skeleton pirate. I don't know.
No, I don't think he had a skull. I think he just had a normal face.
He has a mask, so you don't know what's under it.
Okay.
But yeah, the Alone in the Dark one's goofy. Like there's a random hodgepodge of enemies,
and it's great. They all look hilarious. there's this weird dog chicken monster, as we keep calling it, who's made entirely of circles, except for its mouth, which is 3D with polygons.
It looks like something from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
It does. It's really fascinating, that game.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's Alone in the Dark 2008, which, as we said, and I cannot stress enough, an absolute satire and condemnation of all 7th-gen AAA video games.
You need to tell about the rat puzzle.
So the rat puzzle, okay, is so good that the clip of it is undoubtedly ending up in the first GigaBoots clip reel, like super real promo thing. There's a rat who goes to its nest and then it crawls towards you. Okay, let me explain. So you're looking at a hallway. In the hallway, there's like a chain link fence, a chest-high wall. You can't do anything about that. And then a tiny duct on both the opposite side and your side. And there's the hive for this rat monster. And then there's a weird puddle of blood on the ground in front of you. This is a very strange thing. This doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah, no, this isn't something that happens normally in the game.
Now,
at all.
This shutter in front of you, this thing keeping you from going down the hallway, is activated by the fact the weird rat nest pus flesh thing is directly in the way of a laser on the ground, which triggers things to close, a thing that could only exist and make sense, quote, quote, in a video game. Because in what world is your security system based on your foot's there, I'm going to close this wall? That was 12 feet away from the wall. The moment you step away from that laser, I will reopen the wall. So, in this game, your entire inventory is kept in your jacket. You've got some bandages and some tape on the left. You've got canisters of stuff like maybe some tequila, which you can... little science fact for those who don't know. You can pour tequila on handgun bullets and it makes them into fire bullets. That's how that works. You can only do that, though, if you've already loaded the bullets into your gun. So...
what, do you just, like, pour it down the barrel, or...
Unclear. The diagram made no sense. It seemed like you just poured it on the firing pin.
Holy shit.
Because it became a 2D, like, terrible science diagram at that point. Like all of those shitpost diagrams you see on Twitter. That was a real popular account for a hot minute there. And then you have things like aerosol-based, like, oh, this one's like Raid. This one's a health spray. This one's whatever. And what you needed to figure out... Firstly, the puzzle right before I cheesed, evidently. I solved that in a way I was not supposed to have. I continue winning. That puzzle, however, you're supposed to put a piece of the cloth, the medical wrap, into the top of the tequila bottle. Then tape the tequila bottle. Then throw it onto an enemy, specifically the rat, as it was licking up the blood from the puddle in front of you, because it just goes between the puddle and the weird nest. There will always be one rat doing that. By the way, during all of this, there are rats just attacking you at random, and you need to shoot them in order to get them to calm down enough to let you do that. So, you throw that Molotov tape cocktail thing onto the rat, and then it crawls back while the flame is working its way up the cloth like a wick, and it makes its way all the way back to the nest, and we're like, good, we solved it. And the rat just stares at the nest for a second, and it starts coming back to us, and we're like, oh, I guess that maybe that wasn't the solution. And then the rat explodes right in front of us. This is a really good moment of, man, they sure didn't like go, the player has solved this problem, detonate the goddamn rat.
No, because it's all based on real physics and the actual world.
And time. And yeah, that's true. There's like actual like fire spreading programming in this, which is kind of like my favorite system to simulate. Because you could have a fun time lighting everything on fire in a video game.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Like, that's one of those things, like, this is a really neat thing to have. You probably shouldn't make puzzles about it.
Unless you're
probably
really
just let
good
it
at
be
puzzle
there.
design. If you're really good at puzzle design, maybe you could figure it out. But
No, do not let like system-dependent, emergent, physics-based anything be the solution to your puzzle.
you're saying
Either I did the correct thing or I did not, and that is a 1 or a 0.
you say
No,
that
you
now.
have to take physics into account. You throw that ball over the fence 100 times until it lands correctly.
That is how I beat that first puzzle, by the way.
I think my favorite puzzle is you can just shoot the doorknob off of doors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's your solution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a puzzle.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's incredible. Everything should have door physics to this extent of like, no, there's nothing getting in your way except your inability to break down the wall.
As somebody who is very familiar with the construction of doors and walls and buildings, I would like many more games to be like, I have a shotgun. There's no such thing as a locked door for me.
Mm-hmm. That's why Red Faction 1 is
am I in
incredible.
a bank?
Yeah.
If I'm not in a bank or a high security government office, this shotgun is getting me through the door.
Like we really do need like material simulation and destructibility to come back in a big way, because when you talk about like player choice, it's not that I want to pick from a list of options. It like Baldur's Gate does this in a lot of situations where it's like you can solve this however you want depending on what's important to you. Do you want to not get caught doing this? Well, then it might be difficult. Do you not give a shit? Throw a barrel at it.
Yeah. That's the sort of like systems and gameplay forward fun that I wish would get a resurgence of video games. This is the monkey paw version of that.
Oh yeah, no,
Where-
nothing's actually realized here, but there's all these cool systems that could.
It sucks so bad. They have I'll try to explain it. It's really hard, so I apologize to anyone who can't follow, because it is really hard to describe. So the enemy in Alone in the Dark is kind of the darkness. We're in kind of a dark place. And there are segments. It's the single worst thing in this game by a mile, where the ground is shadow. And it kind of looks like, imagine a bed of roaches. You know, imagine an oil slick wet shader for 7th gen, but it kind of almost just moves around. If you hold a torch, it will move away from the torch. If you have a flashlight, it will move away from the flashlight. Okay. First off, the flashlight can only work effectively in these gameplay situations in first person. Secondly, the field of view is terrible. So if you are aiming the flashlight down, you can barely see anything. Thirdly, the fluid of darkness is not 3D. It will not separate and build up. It will just move apart and build pressure. It is two-dimensional. It cannot relieve that pressure upwards. So, in a sequence of this, which this thing is a nightmare enough, but then that was just the first time they needed to iterate it to make the more complicated versions of it. There was a moment where a spotlight moves up and down a corridor and I have my own thing. And I was keeping myself safe, but then the spotlight moved towards me. And since I had a built-up pressure of this ferromagnetic fluid to the sides of me, and the spotlight also had for it, there was no space for the middle part, the directly in front of me part of this fluid to escape to, because those were already high-pressure zones. So it very quickly shot underneath me into the opposite side of my light and killed me in one touch. Because this doesn't do damage. It kills you on impact, no matter how little.
Yeah, no, it's just an instant death thing. So even the most minor wave that isn't even visibly rendered in the game, can kill you.
There was a sequence in this stream where 3 or 4 times you saw me perfectly normally jump out of the ferrofluid, the ferromagnetic fluid darkness, and onto stairs, and every single time I died, and we just went, is there a kill plane there?
Yeah.
Because it was so weird. It made no sense.
Incorrect.
So I'm just I believe, but I can't confirm, that there was darkness underneath the stairs. squares.
Or maybe like just a couple pixels worth floating around in the air for some reason.
Yeah, I inhaled it every time.
Oh my god. You cannot make an unpredictably acting substance an instant kill thing. Like,
yeah.
no, like you write that on the whiteboard and then you get fired and someone else does your job.
Yeah, I don't. It would have been so easy to have it do like really fast damage.
Yeah, and then I wouldn't have died.
Right.
Even what? I would probably have died 15% of the time in comparison to how many times I did die, because that's the second time. The third time is even more complicated, and we realized I should just light shit on fire and throw it into the place, because it is really weird about how it physically moves stuff around. Anyways, that's the single worst part. The most delightful part is when the game decided it was a giant open world, so it had a really big place for Central Park, and they didn't know what to do with that. They clearly wanted to do something with it, but all they could figure out is bats.
Yeah, they even like made a special mini map for it and everything, and it really felt like it was going to be a hub. And then we never went back there for like, I'd say 6 hours.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe we go back one more time or something.
Yeah, we still have 2 more levels left in that game. But yeah, you get to Central Park, and then you do that cool car hop in order to get healed. You do another car hop where you take like a tow truck flatbed truck for loading vehicles on, and you use that to make a ramp to jump over a thing. And then the rest of it is you driving away from bats in a scripted-ish segment. It's fucking hilarious.
I like how many puzzles are like, shoot the gas tank for the car and blow up the whole wall of cars. Like, what happened here?
Yeah, there was okay, so that jump Chris was talking about, the one that was like, okay, and then you cut to the third person and hopefully you made it. Fun fact, you didn't. When we first pull up to that, there's a blockade of vehicles and some other shit, and in order to get this little jump, and it's like, you should, and it literally tells you this as though it's the solution to this puzzle and you need to do it now. It's like, hey, you can shoot gas tanks and cars to explode them. And I'm like, okay, cool. I need to find a car that definitely has gas in it, because these are abandoned, dilapidated cars that just ended up making a barricade. So I drive a car up and I explode it, and it doesn't explode those cars out of the way fully. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Eventually, one of them randomly blows up on one of my taps, and I go, oh, they still had gas in them. They were literally just telling me, shoot the cars and they will explode.
Yeah.
Even still, it was physics-based. There was no like, oh, we're going to explode them out of your way. So a lot of the time, they exploded like turn over slightly. And I'm like, okay, dude. All right, man.
It was also hilarious where we ran into a zombie and our entire car, like every physics-based piece of the car fell off.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good. We would do the jump.
Yes.
And every time we did the jump, shit would just fall off of our car. It made no sense. One time we did the jump and 2 doors fell off, even though nothing was near us, and we didn't even like bump the ground doing the jump.
Yeah, we have to talk about how we were actually fighting Bugs Bunny. Because all the enemies actually do like live in the ground like a Bugs Bunny tunnel.
Yeah, they live in the ground in a Bugs Bunny tunnel. And they hit our car once, and every piece of our car fell off. Like, literally, a zombie darkness enemy hit the car once while we were driving fast, and every single thing fell off the car like a Looney Tune happened. So 2008, by far, the funniest.
Yeah, for sure.
And not even for the reasons people meme about. You know, they love the cutscenes, because your main character is voiced by Max Payne's voice actor. I'm trying to remember his name in Alan Wake 2, but I literally am just like, he's Max Payne. Fuck IP law.
Alex Casey.
Alex Casey. Yeah, there you go.
James McCaffrey.
Yeah. So like he's delivering some really funny lines just because they wrote some real garbage here. What is it? I don't have your stone and fuck you anyway. Like there's some really funny cutscene moments.
What is up with 7th Gen where it's like a great comeback is to just say fuck?
Cause video games didn't say fuck you during the PS2 gen, right? And they're mature now, so we have to.
Yeah, it's so funny because it
was so many things. Like that was a huge part of of Dead Space 2, it's like Isaac can talk now, and most of what he says is the F word. It's like DMC, the DMC, MG, Metal Gear Revengeance.
I hear that comic books went through a similar phase, but I'm not, established enough.
I don't think there's ever been a period where comics were real big on saying the F word. They got real edgy.
Right.
But even games didn't get edgy in a similar way to that.
Well, it's funny. They got the watered down, kid friendly version of that edgy all throughout PS2 gen. And then to transition away from that, they went into everyone curses now with 7th gen.
Yeah, it was weird when they started giving him one-liners. It's like, dude, you're not even supposed to be like a cool, hardcore, like, super powerful character. This is bizarre with your one-lining at bosses.
Yeah, he's literally one-lining at a thing that is a level of intimidating that I would like to describe as giant Devil May Cry 4 boss.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this motherfucker being like, fuck you, I'll kill you and send you back to hell. And I'm like, dude, what?
Yeah, you aren't as powerful as any Resident Evil character. What are you talking about?
Your special abilities are you carry tequila in your jacket.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to agree with Justice Ag. One of the stronger ones is that whole "I've never been to your realm of lies before, bitch." Like that's possibly the funniest 7th gen character curses at women.
Yeah,
that ever happened.
Oh, that's so much.
Yeah, can we find like a middle ground between that and the current zeitgeist of like everybody talking like they're in a weepy, self-reflecting Netflix show? Like, is there a middle spot on this spectrum? Can we go back to like 90s movies? Somewhere around there?
No, you're gonna get Immortals of Avium.
No more MCU. No,
I'm sorry.
What? That's MCU mixed with just
young adult novel.
Yeah, young adult novel.
Sand. It's mixed with sand.
Yes.
It's mixed with cellulose.
Silica. Delicious.
It's mixed with cellulose, like all those fucking low carb foods where it's like, well, we need something to make up mass, but it can't have any calories, so it has to be cellulose, something that just passes through the body.
Did you know the trick about vegetables? The reason they're good for you is that they contain high fiber and low calories. You know what could be a vegetable if only we had food science to figure it out? Wood. Sawdust.
God, I forget what it was at some point, but it was some fucking DC thing. The algorithm fed me a clip from it, and it has like Lois Lane running around with a hyper powerful gun.
Okay.
And I just was like, video games are just regurgitation of all popular media. So we need movies and TV to get good again, so game stories can get good again.
I mean, yes, that is literally how it works. And the reason they aren't good right now is there's way too much executive meddling. Like, that's literally, you listen to every single fucking field, and that's what they explain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, executives at some point thought they knew how to make art. They think they can see art on a chart. They think they can successfully land something like that. It's fucking horrible. That's why every single time someone's like, why did this YouTuber make a movie? I always get irritated. Because I'm like, I don't know. Fucking let them. Shut the fuck up. You don't want to let them into the sacred realm of the MCU?
Is the studio system doing better? They're kind of not.
Like, without that notion, we wouldn't have Lumelin making films, you know?
Have you seen fucking Red Notice? Of course you haven't. Nobody alive has. Except for the 750 million people Netflix says have.
Yeah. But, so Alone in the Dark 2008 is a deeply funny, deeply fascinating game, and I look forward to beating it. The original Alone in the Dark, I look forward to beating it, but I am absolutely looking up where that key is because we reached the basement and we didn't have a key for a chest, and I'm like, it's over. It's so over. The one Alone in the Dark game we did beat in the Flop Swap stream was the brand new Alone in the Dark. Chris, I don't know how much of this game you saw. How much of this game?
I saw it crash immediately.
Okay.
Like in the tutorial, he's like, turn on the flashlight. You did, and the game immediately crashed.
Did you see anything else?
No.
Okay. What if I told you, based on our experience with the game, which obviously could be more unstable in someone else's system, maybe the reviewers were playing a really bad old build of it. It is a somewhat stable game. That's fine.
Yeah, that was our only crash.
That was our only crash in the first 6 minutes.
And yeah, the rest of it's just like, yeah, this is completely acceptable.
Yeah, no, like literally you can paint the picture of what the new Alone in the Dark is by simply going, imagine someone made a 7 out of 10, or if you're really into the genre, 8 out of 10, horror game in the exact style of the Resident Evil remakes, but with awesome Cthulhu shit in it. That's it. That's the game.
That's stunning. If they day one patched it to make it way more stable, like, congratulations, you killed your own game.
Yep.
Like, you should have just waited 2 weeks.
That's when you make the tweet at all of the game industries. Many of you are like this. I was staggered. I spent the entire time just flabbergasted because the game, like, we play a lot of games, Bob. We play a lot of games. Like games that people are like, that game was amazing. It was ahead of its time. We played, we go, no, because I'm after its time and it can't be ahead of it because I don't want it anywhere near me. Too human. That game was so much better than countless games we have beaten on this channel. And it is getting 4s.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like,
it is getting 4s and 5s, and I'm just confused.
Right? It's literally
It must have been. I mean, game journalists are also extremely vulnerable to the I've seen this too many times recently 4.
Yeah, that has to be what it is, which is insane. Like, why would you say that?
That's what happened to the Mad Max game that the Just Cause guys made. I remember that was a big controversy where journalists for some reason just fucking hated that thing. And then when it actually came out, everybody's like, this is decent. What the hell was your problem? And it was all like, well, I was tired of these open world Ubisoft style games.
Cool.
Or it's the fact that, like, a lot of people are like, I loved Fallout 3, but I didn't like Fallout New Vegas as much because it was the same thing, even though it was better in every single fucking way.
Yep.
Yeah, and for a genre that feels this niche, like,
all of them do.
Right.
That's how bad games have gotten.
Right.
It's like, dude, you got a second game in a genre. Fucking get the parade. Sorry, you finished what you were saying?
I was just saying, yeah, like, the only thing it really compares to is the Resident Evil remakes.
Right.
And those are once every couple of years.
And you can't be like, why aren't you as good as Resident Evil 4 Remake? Yo, motherfucker. I have some guesses.
Allow me to introduce my friend, the Bell Curve.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You aren't going to make the best third-person shooter around on your first try. It's not going to happen. Alone in the Dark doesn't deserve that.
You're not going to outperform the second most powerful game of all time. The two-time champ. Most powerful game of all time.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like, no, fuck you. We don't need another one of these things with actors scanned in. It's too much like... a lot of the reviews I did were like, this has no reason to exist after Alan Wake 2.
They're so different.
I know, right?
They're really different. Like, you're just an idiot if you're like, its writing isn't as good, so it isn't as good a game. It's like... yeah, that's not really what it's going for at all. It's going for the Cthulhu, like, horrible mind nightmare dimension and all this mystery and intrigue and mental fuckery. It's a really cool game. Okay, so this is how bad it is. Redfall scored a Metacritic 6 higher. Redfall, the game without functioning AI, period, but definitively at launch. The game that didn't even run at the frame rate it said it did on the box. At launch. It is confounding. Now, we have a tiny list here, though. I'm just going to go over of games that have higher Metacritics. Are you ready?
Okay.
Too Human, Sonic Chronicles, The Medium, 12 Minutes, As Dusk Falls, Remember Me, DMC, The DMC, Enslaved, Scorn, and High on Life.
Somewhere out there is a person who just has all of those in squares on a "This is my taste in video games" page. And they are livid.
I do kind of understand the emotion that I have felt the emotion of this game is so annoyingly mediocre. I want to give it like a 3. Like, but
I feel like the only time I've
you
ever
and Bob
had that
aren't
emotion.
feeling that, haven't felt that, like I feel like this game can't bring that forward. Is it just like these people who play every single one of these are like, I've had to play Dead Space remake, RE4, and Alan Wake 2, and then go into this, and it's just like worse than all of those, so I hate it? Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said for a large problem with modern cultures, people not appreciating a thing for being different. And this is different in a lot of important ways that are appreciable. Like, you know, it's not Dead Space horror.
No.
It's not Resident Evil or Alan Wake horror. It is its own type of horror. It has its own atmosphere that needs to be appreciated. But instead, they're like, it's not built to the same quality as this other thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it has some obvious shortcomings compared to
does.
those. Like, it doesn't have any sort of upgrade system, and it doesn't have nearly enough enemy variety for what they made.
Which some of the games in this exact genre have that problem too.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty common problem in modern AAA games just because it's so expensive to make shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were even having that mild criticism against God of War 2018.
Right.
And that's a Sony game. But yeah, I'm not here to sell you that this game is amazing. This game is like absolutely definitively a 7 or, as you were saying on the stream, maybe a 6.
Yeah.
Right? But it's just fucking unreal to see it get 4s and 5s.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of gave up on like predicting game journalists when Soul Hackers 2 has like a 75 on Metacritic, and I'm like, guys, this game has no mechanics. It
also
doesn't
worth
have
noting,
mechanics, and every dungeon is a shipping yard.
also worth noting, this is a $60 video game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like the expectations were out of whack. If it was 70,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be different.
I'm like, does the girl's place true? Like, is her story terrible?
I mean, we did keep talking about what if she did none of the extra dimensional rift jumping? And that game's really cool. Like, where you go and what happens of that game is really cool. I do want to do another playthrough, and I should, as the lady, so we can know definitively. Is her quest her just being like, you're making it up? And then the Edward Carnby's like, no, I'm not.
You know, now that you have so much experience with Alone in the Dark, it's time to play Eternal Darkness.
What's the flop swap that belongs on?
I was the creator's too much of a hack to ever get that spiritual successor made, so you don't have an easy.
Right.
Just the darkness.
Oh my God.
Silent Hill 1. Because they both have. I'm willing to bet the melee system in both is pretty close.
I don't know. I'm digging the notion of just based on name alone, Eternal Darkness versus the Darkness.
We're back to the darkness. Continue watching To Kill a Mockingbird.
It's like our upcoming Hellblade versus Stellar Blade flop swap stream. Who's gonna win, the ponies or the bots?
I think it's pretty obvious already, but you know, we gotta test this.
We don't actually know.
I Hellblade 2 being 5 hours long, fucking whatever.
Uh-huh.
If it's like the perspective puzzle shit again, that studio needs, like, Ninja Theory needs to just be shut down.
I just don't understand how Ninja Theory's capacity to make a game hasn't expanded meaningfully in the 5 years that Microsoft has owned them.
Is it only 5? It feels like more.
I'm pretty sure they bought them in 2019 because they shipped Bleeding Edge in 2020 or 2019. I think it was 2020 because it was the year the Series X was going to come out. We got
Yeah,
that.
I think you gave that a chance in early 2020.
We sure did.
Aren't they supposed to be making some other fucking thing that looks like Hellblade but isn't Hellblade?
For a while there, and they've been quiet about it for quite a while, they were making the game we were joking as White Woman Condo Simulator, or White Woman Goes Insane in a Condo Simulator, because we didn't have anything else to work on. It was another game that was pitching itself.
Project Mara, that's what it's called.
Yep.
They apparently haven't talked about that in almost 4 years, so either it will now start development, or it's not going to start development, and Microsoft will shut them down in 6 months.
It's weird because the branding and notion behind it was so similar to Hellblade in that it's supposed to be focused on mental illness with a main character who's a lady, and also the trailer, if I remember correctly, featured a lot of screaming and hurt energy to it, right? She's not mentally ill in the I'm aggressive and toxic towards other people destructive. She's mentally ill seemingly in a similar vector to the main character of Hellblade, where she's damaged and has weakness. So I don't know why the studio had two games with such similar pitches and energy and main character.
Well, one's modern day, so obviously
that's the only
enough difference.
So I don't know what their notion was with that, and since I couldn't pick out anything salient from it, I do wonder if it just got dissolved at some point, right?
Apparently the gimmick for it was the entire thing takes place in one upscale apartment we rendered in as high a fidelity as possible.
Yeah, that game can't exist anymore because you don't spend 4 years making that.
Microsoft will seemingly let you just fucking make whatever forever now.
As long as you can get interns to do most of it. Oh yeah, funny thing. Earlier today, I saw a tweet from the guy who's doing a lot of he did the YouTube video that blew up talking about being an environmental artist on Forza.
Oh, okay.
He did a tweet earlier today where he's like, people every keep DMing me. They're just like, dude, aren't you going to damage your relationship with Microsoft for talking out like this? You really shouldn't. Meanwhile, me and my DMs every 3 weeks, and it's just it's a request from a Microsoft employee to work. Like, it's him being sent the application being open for the exact position he held.
Oh my God.
Because they're literally targeted. For people who don't know, and I understand not knowing because, man, this is real insider baseball stuff. Microsoft has a policy where a very large percentage of a development team has to be for hire outsourced Contractors, thank you. If you work on a game for 18 months, you have to then not work on that game for 6 more months to help them skirt some legal thing, legal requirement. So they do this nonstop. So that's why these Microsoft games are so troubled. No one has more than 18 months experience making any one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like leadership isn't that, but all the people actually making it aren't. It's like, how the fuck can you ship anything?
Well, that's the funny thing.
I mean, yeah. Like, the answer is, well, obviously you can't. So...
Right. So anyway, that's what's going on in Microsoft. We've known about the issue for a while, but hearing someone talk about it.
It's not just Xbox. It is Microsoft. That's why all their shit is burning down.
Yeah, that's why Windows is what it is.
But think about all the money they're saving.
The Xbox division's saving money?
It seemingly very explicitly isn't.
No, but see, when I print out this metric that only covers how much we're paying these people and nothing else, it looks like we're doing a really good job because this number is low.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So all we have to do is make these games and have them be really good so we can sell a lot, and that number stay exactly where it is.
I don't know. All that other shit is somebody else's department.
But yeah, so that's what's going on, Microsoft. That's what's up with that. And it was really funny to see the person who did the in-depth YouTube video about being an environmental artist at Turn 10, talking about that was like his dream job. Like, he was really excited to do that. And he was hoping if he worked hard enough, they would just keep him employed.
Right.
And then they go, no, our policy is to get rid of you after 18 months. We'll see you in 6. And then he's like, no, you won't. And he made that video explaining this. And he didn't seem upset or full of malice.
Okay.
I'm probably more full of malice than he is.
Because he probably knew what he was getting into.
Well, no, because he was disappointed.
Right.
He was hurt by the end of it. But the thing is, I'm outraged over the systemic problems at Microsoft. He doesn't give a fuck. Anyways, that's that. So yeah, when it comes to the new Alone in the Dark, I just spent a lot of the tail end of that stream being flabbergasted. It scored that poorly.
Yeah, we kept waiting. We were holding our breaths for like half of the game at least. Like, it's going to fall off a cliff, right? We're going to go to the next world, and it's literally just going to credits.
We spent the whole thing, and we say it out loud over and over again. I'm like, so this is just going to fall off, right? Because that's the only way I could envision myself giving it a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Just the game goes, and we're out of money. And then it was like half the length it ended up being. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What the This honestly has me thinking that maybe just the critical reception to a lot of these things is part of why games got so insane and weird. You know, you do hear comments from publishers and devs who deal with publishers talk about critical review or just random reception stuff and how they take that and do the worst thing possible with it. You know, there was the Sonic thing about like, oh, people don't like Sonic's friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like that whole weird arc. And I just sit here and go, man, you like to think of these things as harmless. Like people having bad takes on games, but it really does just affect things at a certain point.
It does. I think it's a lot less of a problem now, hopefully, because companies have more learned what is the term? Market research divisions that know how to read discourse, where I feel like they didn't have that at all in 7th gen, so it led to the absolute worst conclusions possible. But then you get stuff like this, and I'm like, it just seems like, yeah, your game rolled bad. Like it got the day where everybody was insane.
Yeah, and at least we now have things like people actually respect user scores more. So you see that this has a massive difference between the user and the user score and the critic score,
which is a complete inverse relationship to Redfall.
Yes,
where the Redfall critical reception is pretty high and the user reception is pretty low.
Meanwhile, I need to no, Redfall's Metacritic is higher than it should be, but it is still only 56. Alone in the Dark is higher than it.
Yeah, the user reception. Wait, what? That was swear that
the critic score of Redfall is 56.
Okay.
The critic score of this game is of Alone in the Dark is 64, I believe.
Right. What's the user score on Alone in the Dark?
7.3.
Okay, what's the user score on Redfall?
I'm sure it's going to be like 3.
3.5. Yeah, I was like, I know it's about 3.
God.
But it's just weird. It's weird to think you would be like Redfall and Alone in the Dark 2024. Those are about the same quality of game. Like them being that close in score alone was what flabbergasted me. That and the number of 4s and 5s it got. It's so weird to see game journalists take a game that's perfectly functional, it's serviceable, it's enjoyable to those who are interested in what it's doing, which is, you know, frankly, the only thing you should make for an audience who's receptive to the thing you're making. And then give that a score equivalent to a game that isn't finished, is a horrible travesty of a development nightmare, and isn't functional. Like, these shouldn't be that close. Use the full scale. Anyway, I'm done talking about that. I haven't read a game review since I think Metal Gear Solid 4, or if there was one after that, it was probably Grand Theft Auto 5. And I did not really read that. I just paged through and went, this is 5 fucking pages.
Yeah, I don't know if it's this bizarre shift in the paradigm where now all of a sudden, if your game is too safe, it will review badly, when in like 7th gen, that was the easiest way to get the guarantee like an 8, is if you just made gruel. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. I ended up thinking the game was really neat. I'm excited for my playthrough. One of the comments from one of the reviews was like, the puzzles aren't that great. I'm like, I don't know. It seems to have covered its bases on puzzles. And it didn't end up in the pit that the Seventh Guest VR did of one of these puzzles is crazy. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to use my cheat token to skip you. John Apocalypse in chat says, what's Immortals of Avium's metascore? And my brain read that in the... Let's see his business card. We're going to pull out the Metacritic score, and it's going to be eggshell white.
Metascore 69, user score 6.1.
So wait, that score... I mean, that makes sense. It's an expensive game. It's got fancy cutscenes. It looks really great. Everyone loves it. That scored higher than Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, that game's problem was that nobody that normal people like that has nothing for me. Goodbye.
I feel like there's no way Alone in the Dark sold as poorly as Immortals of Avium.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
That's impossible.
Right, and there's no way they spent near as much money making it.
No, God, no. Which is really funny because the Immortals of Avium people are convinced they're the, the shorter game made for less money.
To be fair to Immortals of Avium, its reviews have many more, like Geek Table... These guys only are on Metacritic to inflate the score of games reviews. A lot more than I saw on Alone in the Darks.
So would you entertain then that maybe that's a situation like we heard about where it was it movie industry? I don't think it was the game industry, but it was the movie industry where they're like...
Yeah, it was Rotten Tomatoes where they literally caught people like getting paid for good reviews.
Dude, literally, that's so sad. What an abuse of the system.
I completely assume that any of these sites that you've never heard of, that are on Metacritic are like, and only have good reviews are paid. Like, like, they pay for user reviews. Why wouldn't they pay for critic reviews? Like, I don't think IGN reviews are paid. I don't think, Polygon is paid. But these fucking sites you've never heard of that are, like, entirely geek media focused, you click their user page and it's, like, 3x3 chat GPT generated articles about shit. No shit. Those exist to puff up scores.
Well, Bob, did you have anything else? You were the one who played the new Alone in the Dark primarily. But this is an animal that you could look at and fully understand if you have any experience with any of these.
Yeah, it's a 7. It's fine. That's about it.
It was like if you had to eat like bread that was just on this side of edible, right? Like it was slightly better. It's like, oh yeah, it's kind of sweet. Yeah, it's all right. It's got a good flavor. I shouldn't eat this for a whole meal, but... Anyways, I'm glad we're done talking about shills giving reviews for games that are new. Bob and I got a code for Dragon's Dogma 2. Thank you, Capcom. Bob, how great is Dragon... No, we should have a legitimate conversation about this.
Yeah,
Bob, how much did you play?
I played probably like 5-6 hours.
They did not give it to us very long ago.
No, but yeah, I got through the whole opening. I got to the main city, and I did a little bit of questing around there.
Cool. I would not say I did that. Okay. I would say I did not quite get there. As it turns out, it's really hard to find time to play video games when we don't get the code that much in advance of Big Think.
Right.
And I'm working out 2 hours a day. As it turns out, little difficult. So far, what I've noted about it is that it is funny as hell because of random things that happen.
Right.
Because, it is a populated world with many AIs doing many things. And it's really neat. I'm enjoying my time with it. It sure does run at 30-ish. And I told myself before I played it, I'm like, if any game is ever going to convince me that there is any argument ever for a 30 frames per second game, I think this is it. It's this and maybe GTA 6. I'm still not entirely sold, but the important thing is the input latency isn't insane like it was during 7th gen when games ran at 30 frames per second. Feels like we got a little bit closer to that N64 feel of this frame rate is objectively shit, but the input latency isn't as bad as, say, most 7th gen 30 frames per second games. I made a character. What's up?
I want you to, because Capcom put out here's things we're going to make. We will be improving the frame rate in patches. They instead, we're going to let you turn frame rate, ray tracing off, but that won't improve the frame rate. How? They said significantly affect the frame rate. So did they mean it won't take it to up 10 or it'll be 3 or 4?
I mean,
but I don't understand how turning off ray tracing on a game cannot significantly impact the frame rate.
This game is definitely, to some extent, CPU bottleneck. Depending on the different segments of it you are playing, it is definitely more or less CPU bottlenecked.
I also understand that it uses very little ray tracing. You'll see ray traced reflections on water sometimes, but there's not much water in the game.
Okay.
So that might be why they said that. It won't affect things much because it's hardly in the game.
They probably want to limit the expectations. Yeah, that's probably what's up.
Maybe it'll bump it up. It won't make it go to 60 magically.
Which, I sure would.
I mean, I understand the expectation because that happened to a bunch of other games that let you turn ray tracing off. It's it's fixed now.
Right.
Jedi Survivor.
Yeah. I mean, I would take a 5 to 7 frame per second buff if that's what they're offering from turning off ray tracing.
Right, for sure.
Delightful. You can sort of look at this game and figure out why it runs poorly. there's geometry, crazy amounts of geometry on literally everything in the game.
It feels like every movement involves physics too.
Yeah, because and that's really funny and delightful because of certain situations you get into. It's oh, there's a skeleton attacking us from up there. Oh shit, hills are hard to walk up. There's a real encumbered energy to walking up an incline. And that's what makes the combat really cool in it to me. I was curious what your thoughts were because you played Dragon's Dogma and Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen.
Right. And this, I can see all these changes were made for someone. It's not at all what I want from a sequel to Dragon's Dogma. All the combat feels less fluid because it has all these physics interactions. All the movement stuff feels less fluid because it's more physics-based. I can't easily climb up stuff anymore. Things are feel kind of wonky. And my number one thing that I would want from a Dragon's Dogma 2 would be swimmable water. The water in this instant kills you still.
Oh,
is that maybe that's tied into the lore of being an Arisen?
No, it's instead they tied it into the world of if anything touches water that's too deep to walk in, it's attacked by the brine.
Yeah, I saw that happens in a cutscene very quickly.
Yeah, which is a bizarre thing where just blood tentacles come up and eat them.
Yeah. I honestly thought that was something specific to that body of water.
No.
Because I had not walked in water since. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that this game could get optimized to run better. And it also doesn't surprise me that it runs pretty rough. Because not a lot of video games are putting this amount of physics into the movement.
No.
If you ever wondered why most video games are completely flat, that's part of it, having your character move smoothly in a way the player will expect is a very normal stance to take. It's not normal to have your movement and everything be physics-based. And when you're doing that you get a big party of people.
Yeah, you have the 4 characters you get to go around with, including your main character. And then often you're teamed up with another group of adventurers.
Yeah, you get the guest character for that episode.
Right.
It should pop up with credits, like it's a TV show. Jesus. Featuring guest character. I find a lot of this fascinating. I would gush about the character creator, but people already did it. That's old news.
I think it's kind of incredible. I never saw a character creator before where you can turn off individual teeth.
Yeah. Both rows, up and top and bottom rows, you can individually check on and off the teeth, not just for humans, but for the Beastren, which are the cat people.
I didn't check out the cat people.
Yeah. My first character, because they're like, oh my god, you are the Arisen. You were able to summon a pawn from the Rift Stone or whatever. The first character, I was like, you know what? I will have a Beastren pawn. That'll be neat, because I was curious, like, the fidelity on it looks nuts. So I choose a preset, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Yeah, I'll go with this. And then I struggled to name this fucking cat.
Right.
And I just named it Stray. And then I go into the GigaBoots fan Discord, and somebody posted a picture of, what was it? Reeves from Final Fantasy VII or whatever. And it's like 10 years of the joint made you a furry, bro. And Reeves, I then realized, looks exactly like my Arisen. Like, that wasn't intentional. I just chose, like, this hair looks good. This looks... So anyways, that shot me in the fucking gut.
I also, like, because of all the incredible stuff I saw with the faces and things made in that, I expected there to be a lot more with hair options this time, but it feels almost like the same hair options from Dragon's Dogma 1. So I was kind of disappointed in that, especially after playing the Team Ninja games, which have gone crazy with their hair options.
The Neo character creator is absolutely insane.
Yeah, like they're like, okay, choose your main hair, choose your bangs, choose your ponytail type. Like, they let you get in depth. Whereas this does not, and does not want you to have goofy colors either. You can't be like, oh yeah, then they're gonna have bright green hair. It's like, no.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
no,
they have like
this is grounded.
They have like 200 colors, but they're all like naturally occurring.
Yeah. Like the fanciest color you get is red.
Aggro's feeling fancy right now.
But it's like a dark red, like you wouldn't actually see.
Oh, okay. Like a dark saturated red?
Yeah, like dark saturated red.
Well, for $8 at a CVS, Aggro could still feel fancy.
It's true.
Hey, for $8 at a CVS, you can feel any way you want.
At least for the first time you come in, they cut you off eventually.
Does it include the pharmacy? Yeah, I haven't spent enough time with this game.
In the little amount you played, were your pawns obsessed with ladders?
No, that only happened once.
Okay.
They were like, oh man, a ladder. I bet there might be treasure at the top of that. I'm like, 1, insane. We're in town. 2, where?
Yes. I heard it like a dozen times in that first town.
Did either of you guys get called gay by your pawns and have a mental breakdown like some guys on Twitter did?
No, that hasn't happened to me yet. Riota sent me that. I was like, oh my god.
Because if you're a guy and all your pawns are guys, it'll be like, oh, all of us are men. Does the Arisen have a preference? And then some people went psychotic over it.
Mm-hmm.
No, instead, it was a Beastrid one where I got a human pawn lady who joined me randomly.
Right.
Danielle, who was just like, some Arisen have a preference for Beastrin. And then my Beastrin pawn is just like, huh, I guess there's a type for everything. And I'm just like, huh, was that based on... Wait, what the fuck? So I think that might literally be the same thing.
Yeah, they have one for every combination. Like, I got the one for having all women in your party before it was cut off midway through by a goblin hitting one of them.
That's really good. That's really good.
Like 60% of everything I've seen from this game is 3 to 5 seconds of gameplay and then a griffin landing.
Yeah. I like this game so far.
Mm-hmm.
I am hoping to spend more time with it, and how much I like it grows from here, but I do not know yet. There are just certain things about it that are just that exact genre of fantasy that I am enjoying, and the weird systems and feel of the game that I am also enjoying. And I hope that continues. I do think it's fucking insane when my archer could do so much goddamn damage. I'm like, I could not reach that, and you have killed it already. Damn you.
Yeah, I'm really frustrated that the original Dragon's Dogma, the archer class was called Strider, and it had the daggers in the bow. Okay. So you had the most like versatile kit, and it was great. And this is like choose one or the other. So a lot of times it's like, I'm the dagger guy. I can't get up to that. I'm just down here waiting for you to.
I'm going to point my daggers at it and tell it needs to stop this. You're being a bad griffin. Shoo, scram.
Which, who knows, maybe there's some advanced class later you get, but I feel like they would have shown that.
Yeah, it did sound like more vocations will unlock as you master these.
Right. Yeah, it's got a lot of neat stuff, but it's really not hitting for me. I don't know. I think it's a lot to do with the generic quests being so plain. Like, I don't know how many of the random ones you did for people, but a lot of them have been go out here, find the dirt, and bring me back the dirt.
Okay. I was curious about that because I did the one where it's like this girl can't afford the what was it? Fruit Rabotin.
Yes.
And this guy's brother went off to do a thing in the forest, so you go along with him. It was really funny. He's like, we probably have almost caught up to my brother, but here's a campfire. We often would camp here on our journeys in order to regain our strength. And I'm like, I don't need to regain our strength. We find his brother. 5 fucking wolves are tearing him apart. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I should have healed.
Yeah, I didn't do it because I was worried if I did do that, we'd find his brother dead.
Yeah, that's part of why I didn't do it. I'm like, 1, I don't want to waste this camping kit. 2, his brother might be dead.
The camping kit actually does not get used. Like, it will you use it and then it can reuse it. It's not something that's limited.
Okay, so it's just an unlimited use item. Oh, I thought it was a consumable because
me too.
RPGs of the olden days have taught me that once you use a tent, you completely throw it away and burn it.
And a weird thing is, like, there's so many quests that are follow this person as they slowly lead you somewhere. And then if you have a pawn who's already done a quest that's more mysterious, it becomes a follow your pawn as they lead you to the exact location, which is probably for the best because some of those things are like, they give you such a vague location that you almost need to have that unless because the whole system works kind of like the Dark Souls system of someone can lay down text, but instead a pawn who's done that quest for their master can bring that information to you. So if they've already done that quest, they just or follow your pawn directly to the solutions of the quest.
So these pawns, do they have to be on your party or do they just give you this information? Because
if they're on your party. Yeah.
Okay. The way you phrased it made it a little weird. Okay. Yeah, I did experience that myself where one of my pawns was like, oh, I know where blank is. Would you like me to... If you want to talk to that guy, follow me. I think this will be important to our quest. And I'm like, no, we're good.
Which one of the times they did it really early on, I was like, yeah, it's good you did that. I would have just gone home and not dealt with this.
Like, yeah, that's great. I'm glad we did it for charity or whatever. I would have just gone home. I don't care.
Yeah, because it was literally, okay, guy in town gives you a list of items you need to give to someone else so he can go collect them. You go to that guy and he's like, you should collect these for me. My hands are full. I'm like, you should probably go to hell. And I left. But unfortunately, I had my pawn there and be like, this is where they are. I'm like, you didn't tell me. I would probably just kill that guy.
I assume that's still on the table. I haven't tried to kill an NPC, but I feel like maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It seems like a lot of things happen like that.
Various aspects of this game do really make me go, this is how people probably envisioned Oblivion or Elder Scrolls would be one day. Like various aspects of like all these characters being simulated, these indoors environments, et cetera, how you loot them. And of course the world and sort of style in a sense. It does make me wonder what the hell they're going to do for Elder Scrolls 6.
Well, we already know, Dan, because they said that it's already in a playable state, which means it's in that same fucking engine they've been using for 20 years, meaning it will just be Skyrim again.
Yeah, it's like they're not going to learn anything from other games.
So do you think that'll be a 9 or a 10 out of 10 from journalists, or we're actually
it'll be a 10 out of 10 and it's going to sell 700 million copies. Okay. Unless they do the fucked up thing unless Todd Howard gets a brain disease and like we're doing Daggerfall again. Like if they just make if they just make Skyrim 2, it will be one of the best-selling games in human history.
Right, and it's not somehow turning into Starfield.
Yeah. Did you know that Starfield apparently was so fucked they like barely got it out the door, and they like ripped huge chunks of the game out late in development, and that's why it's so fucked up?
Shocking.
Originally, environmental hazards were supposed to be able to kill you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't
I heard
say.
that.
And that was supposed to be a major part of the game.
Yeah.
Yup.
And then they were like, that's too hard for normal people. Take it all out.
Hey, did you know No Man's Sky got another gigantic fucking update with an insane amount of things added to it?
No.
Now
Well,
there are
also,
guilds and like guild objectives and stuff, and I was looking at this list and my eyes went cross-eyed. It's so long.
And there was some shit like with Starfield where it's like, yeah, like the end of the game, like we didn't conceptualize it or make it until like 8 months before the game was out or some shit like that.
You don't say.
Gee, I guess when you're trying to make game you thought of when you were 12, it's like hard to control scope creep.
Yup.
Hey, we have some Judas news later, huh? I wonder.
Huh.
Why would you bring
Well,
that
that
up?
was game he envisioned when he was 19 or 17. Anyway, I'm really excited to play more Dragon's Dogma 2. I hope I can find the time. Did you know it is insanely hard to find time to play video games in between working on all this shit, streaming, and working out so much to lose weight? That sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm not cutting the working out. I'm cutting the playing any new games first, just to be clear. Fuck that. I'm going to break through the 200-pound barrier. That will happen. Even if my phone just keeps going, you know, if you did this for 5 weeks, you would lose 26 pounds. And I'm like, I don't think I would survive long. I don't think that's true. I think losing 5 pounds a week is not healthy in the least, and something would go horribly wrong. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about?
Not really. I think that other than, I'm probably just going to drop it for a while. Like, I'm much more interested in playing the other games I have on my plate right now.
Yeah, because you're working on a 7 Rebirth. Are you playing Rise of the Ronin?
Yes.
Are you talking about that today?
Yes, I'll talk about that today.
Oh my god.
And Unicorn Overlord. Dude, a lot of the iconography in Dragon's Dogma is just like, you should play Unicorn Overlord right now.
Yeah, that's sure.
What if you had something
that kind of thing kind of goes
with an incredible amount of plot actually happening, and gorgeous art everywhere, and constantly seeing new things? Like, yes, I'm sorry, Dragon's Dogma, you need to. I can't play you until Unicorn Overlord's done. I feel like.
Yeah, that's understandable. You know, it's.
I need to play Dragon's Dogma 1 because I do intend to wait for the PS5 Pro for Dragon's Dogma 2, just for any benefit it will give to that. But it's like I fell out of Dragon's. The bigger reason is I fell out of Dragon's Dogma twice. I got to make sure that I won't just. Well, I paid for this game, and then I just don't want. I just fell out.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
a real problem. Yeah, I'm gonna keep exploring it. I'm skeptical whether or not I'll finish the game, just because really huge games tend to not hold my interest the whole way through in a lot of ways. But I don't know. I feel like we don't get a lot of this exact tone and combat ideas in games, so that's carrying me. Also, I don't know. Like, this is the same part of me that resonates with this and thinks this is really neat to spend time in this world and shit is the same part of me that's like, that game from Obsidian, that's gonna knock it out of the park. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just thinking of what I did in Dragon's Dogma. Was like, yeah, I tried to venture all the way out to that place and then walk all the way back.
Yeah. And then
like, oh man,
did some guy just give you a full story where he's like explaining?
No,
it's not like the brothers thing.
No, nothing was happening on the way back. It was just go back now. Which I thought that the idea, like all the interviews and stuff, made it sound like a ton of things would be happening in the world. So to have that experience, yes. And then basically nothing happened on my return trip, and even though all the monsters stayed dead, I was like, "What's happening?" And I just, that made me look out of the future of the game. I was like, is this what it's going to be like?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. Hey Bob, I played a game.
Oh yeah.
Did you know there's a game on Steam called Froggo's Verdant Venture that is in fact a $1 game.
Whoa.
It's really cute. I will now show the people watching the video pictures because that's, that cute. Let's see. We got one picture here. You play as a cute frog. It is basically a Kirby's Adventure like. Yo, do you like cute games for $1? This might be for you. It only took me an hour to 100% this game, but it was a really fun time. It had a launch sale where it was 79 cents.
Okay, I was wondering how it could only be $1, and if you beat it in an hour, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally the same scale of game as Kirby on the NES.
Right.
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. Super cute. Highly recommended it. You also picked that up, right?
I did pick it up actually because it was 80 cents. I haven't played it though.
Right.
You know, I had
what?
all these other games to play.
You don't have 1 hour?
I guess not.
But no, that game's really cool. For people who didn't catch it the first time, that's Froggo's Adventure, Verdant Venture. Weirdly enough, there are other Froggo games.
Huh.
They cost more than $1, which has me curious. Anyways, this game's pretty cool. It can run at frame rates above 60, weirdly enough. It can run at up to 300 frames per second, which is really cool to see on a 2D platformer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's really simple. Really fun. Worth it. Anyways. Hey, Bob.
What's up?
What other games have you been playing?
A decent number of things. Should I talk about Grandia? I played the Grandia HD Collection.
1 second. Why is this button not on this screen?
I don't know.
Game code provided by
Gung Ho Entertainment? Gung Ho Online Entertainment?
I think that's right. It's one of those two.
Game code provided by publisher. So, hey, Bob, you got the Grandia HD Collection.
Yes.
How H are the Ds?
Two. Too many. 2 HDs.
Oh, okay, cool, great.
For people who don't know, this is Grandia 1, 2. With every piece of artwork in 1, they up-resed it and made it look terrible. Like, I actually played this back-to-back with the PS1 emulation version you can play on the PlayStation 5.
Oh, right.
So I had already bought that. So I was like, is this a good time to check these out back-to-back?
Ooh. If only we could have brought some image comparisons in for Big Dig. That would have been pretty nice.
They even, like, tried to upscale and smooth out the cutscenes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they just become blurry messes. It looks horrible.
Yeah, I've seen people do that before. It's not great.
Yeah, there's one point where you see like people in silhouette and black silhouettes, and they just the edges of them on the original it's all blocky, and they're now like the edges are blobby. It's like that didn't work right. That needed another path. Like why did you put that on the disc?
It's like if the case closed Detective Conan Mentante enemy was like the culprit was just mixed with the ghost from Pokemon First Gen.
Yes.
Oh no, this ghost that's a blob committed the crime.
And they also did not add any quality of life features. Like you still can't skip cutscenes. So don't play this version of Grandia 1. Just do not.
Yeah, just don't. You can buy the original. You can buy the PS1 version on fucking PS5. Do that.
Yeah, and it looks so much better because they don't just smooth out the sprites for in-game characters. They smooth out the sprites for portraits. They made everything just look like goofy. To the point of like, if any human looked at this, I don't understand how it got released. Like the main character in the first cutscene's mouth goes from a animation where it looks like he just opened his mouth and is yelling to his mouse is now invading his shoulder. Like, it's that blurry and messed up.
It is the worst looking one of these we smooth shit out with the Super Eagle shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it just looks like trash.
Like, it's inexplicable why you would do this in the first place. I can't figure out how they did this, got universally scorned for it, and then just re-released this shit.
Yeah.
Well, it would cost. Why fix it? It clearly didn't impact the sales that much.
That's not provable.
right?
Well,
We
they
don't have
clearly don't think it did.
They clearly don't.
Or they have literally no one who speaks any language on on their social media team.
I'm gonna get in trouble if they try to do this to Lunar.
Oh yeah.
Because
then it's personal.
It would be even not just that, but like the sprites in Lunar are so much smaller, it would like turn the entire game to mush.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
It really would.
They also added a new menu, of course, for you to boot either game because it's got Grandia 1 and 2, so you need to have some sort of thing to encase that in.
Mm.
It is hilarious. I don't know how they came to the conclusion they should make this, but the title screen has like a generic map background from Grandia's cover. And then it drops the Grandia logo on it slowly, like it fades in and then slams into the ground, makes a generic punch noise. And I'm like, just like, that, who made that? Why did they make that? Like, that's nothing like what Grandia would ever do. I just found it really goofy. I was laughing every time I saw it. It's...
Somebody has posted a sprite comparison.
Oh, yeah.
So we can this is Saturn versus this release on PC. So
Yeah, let's fucking go.
is
Is
she
that fucking Crease
is she
just in the HD version?
is she okay? Yeah, there's
I think so.
a
I
line.
don't think so. She's been bisected, so
Yeah,
she's not okay
I was gonna
at
say,
all.
like, is she? I feel like your chest is a pretty important part of you. Being bisected there might
I
cause
can kind of
problems.
see what the whatever algorithm they used decided was that line.
So here's the thing:
Mm-hmm.
those are probably two halves that form the sprite. So the algorithm wasn't applied to the whole sprite because that would be difficult.
God, fuck off.
Yeah, this is when I look at this, let me just zoom in real quick on this. When I look at this face, okay,
Uh-huh.
I don't think fucking alien.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Grandia Original is still a really cool game, and you should play the other version. This game is got a really great just world set in. It's basically Nadia mixed with some Ghibli film.
True.
It's really incredible.
It has got probably the best dub on the PS1.
Yeah, I was really surprised that the dub holds up really well. I thought they'd come back to it and be like, oh, these actors can hardly speak. But no. I also looked it up. It seemed like none of them did anything after this, which was really weird.
They might have all just been using pseudonyms.
It could be.
Yeah, happens a lot. I mean, I
Or they
was
could
going to
just
buy
somehow
this.
be people in the localization office. That used to happen all the time.
See, there you go. We did an important advisory, so Aggro didn't buy this.
I heard they were going to release it. I'm like, oh shit, I can finally play Grandia and not that fucked up smooth peanut butter version. Oh no,
because-
it's just that same thing again. Awesome.
Why would you do that twice?
Uh-huh.
That's a real mystery.
Especially when you're releasing on a platform where you've already released the real correct version.
Yeah,
That just seems insane.
it is insane.
Um,
By the way, Bob, my watch wanted me to let you know. Congratulations on closing out your 3 rings. And then Chris goes, "What the fuck are the 3 rings?" And then I go, "This guy doesn't know about the 3 rings."
which I'll talk about the reason I was able to close out one of those rings later.
Oh shit! Oh boy, are we gonna have a game in common to talk about this week?
Maybe.
Outside of a stream, what?
But this collection also comes with Grandia 2. And Grandia 2 was already in 3D, so they couldn't ruin it.
Yay!
Yes, I did hear that. But even then, you might just want to buy it on Grandia 2 on Steam, because I think it got released on Steam before this collection. And I remember even somebody saying, yeah, if you somehow stick a Dreamcast save in the folders in the install, it will recognize it.
That makes sense. The Dreamcast, you could develop for it in Windows CE.
Right.
So to some extent, kind of checks out.
But I don't know if it is... You can buy them separately on Steam.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it seems like a fine version of it though. There are a few weird things. They did make it widescreen, which is neat. Which I don't believe you'd get on other releases because it was PS2 and Dreamcast, and then this Steam version.
I'm now checking the PS2 database to make sure it wasn't originally widescreen on the PS2, because Orphan Scion of Sorcery, total chat of a game, was somehow.
It does have they didn't apply the smoothing to the sprite or to like the pixel art portraits, so those don't look nice. But they did seem to apply it to every other icon in the menu. So those look real goofy and wrong. Also, I don't know what they did with the text, but the text is clearly not right.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to have that problem with.
Yeah, you'll see that the text is mismatching in the menus, which who knows, maybe it was originally, but it does just look bad. I never did the art style in this one as much as the first game, but it still is really cool to come back to it. I'm trying to, like, your main character is, imagine Orphan, but insanely ripped.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And he's a geo something, a geo slasher or something like that, which is a bounty hunter for this world. And they're like, oh, that everybody hates them because they're too cool.
Hound.
Yeah, Geohound.
Yeah, there we go, Geohound. Yeah.
And he's got
he is very like he really feels like Orphan coded.
A Geo
I think
dude.
from what I remember, I think Geohound is like their name for a bounty hunter that completes every job regardless of what he thinks about it.
And he's got a talking bird sidekick. It's fun. I played it like an hour or so of this.
The thing I remember, the thing that's ingrained in my brain forever in of Grandia 2 is the move, which you will be using for the entire fucking game, where the main character has his hawk pick up an enemy and just drop it above him, and he yells, "Flying Tenseiken!" and swings his sword up and cuts them in half. And it is his most damaging move for like the entire game, and you get it real early.
Yeah, Grandias have a fun way of unlocking moves too, where you use multiple different weapons and level them up, and then that unlocks new moves for different weapons.
In Grandia 1, every character, you have a skill level for every weapon type a character can use, and then every magic type they can use. And depending on when you hit certain skill levels, you get new moves, and there's like cross-pollination. So like if you get fire and earth up really high for Justin, you get like the explosion spell.
Yeah, it has a lot of cool stuff like that. And I remember screwing myself over my first playthrough of the one, because it's like, I'm in the final dungeon. I don't really have a good place to grind. I didn't get the ultimate move. Because I didn't level up the axe. Because apparently leveling up the axe and the sword needs to be done to get the best move for the sword.
I remember when I was first playing Grandia 1, it's like, because you get this, you meet this super badass knight, and he teaches Justin his ultimate move, which is not the ultimate move, but it is just this knight's ultimate move. And then it's like, okay, now you're going to pause outside this healing spot and have Justin use that move like 40 times because it like levels every single one of his things.
Oh, damn.
Huh.
Because it's like he shoves the sword into the ground and like does a giant power geyser. So it gets like all his magic types and whatever weapon he has equipped, and you can use it with any weapon type he has equipped.
That's sick.
Yeah, I really need to play through the first one again.
Grandia is so cool. What a fucking kick-ass game.
Yeah, it sucks so bad they just stopped making them. I don't know how.
I never played Grandia 3. I have a sneaking suspicion that game's probably real dire.
It's fine. Like, I played all the way through it. It's not as good as 1 or 2, but it's still fine.
Oh, yeah, I looked it up. Grandia 2 did not support either progressive scan or 16:9, so.
No surprise.
No surprise. Orphan Scion of Sorcery, Chad.
Oh, the company that made Grandia seems to still be in existence.
Yeah, unfortunately, the original creator.
It's owned by Gung Ho, but
But yeah, I think the original creator died last year or so, which is sad.
Wow, just like the Suikoden guy passed recently. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like that when you work all the time and don't get to sleep, it kind of puts a hard cap on how long you can go. Ooh. The main designer of Grandia died 13 years ago.
Oh
wow.
He was
Jeez.
real young. He had some kind of surgery that went bad.
But so far, it sounds like the Grandia 2 end of this is fine.
Yeah, when I played the Grandia 2 side was fine. Like, I totally do that for a playthrough, for sure. If I had time.
And if it weren't $40 just for that one game, that's a little rough.
Right, it's 30. Is it 40 or 35? It's one of those two. But
People
yeah,
in chat were saying it's 40.
Okay, yeah, it's
maybe.
way up there for a remake, a re-release of one game,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's a game I like a lot.
I don't know. I might be stupid enough to pay $40 for an Orphan Scion of Sorcery PS5 edition. Get that HD. We got him. We got Quentin Flynn back in the studio.
Finally.
Now it's old Quentin Flynn yelling, "The Hand of Pyro!"
So did you also play Fist of the North Star Fitness Boxing?
No, I just downloaded the demo. I didn't
Okay.
actually play. I did the normal fitness boxing because I've been doing more and more of that.
Right, that makes
fitness
sense.
boxing pretty effective. Would you?
It seems neat, but it's there are so many limitations with the demo that I didn't get a really good experience, unfortunately. But I could see like the outline for something that would be good. The demo is bizarre because it's like you can do a daily fitness thing. I'm going to limit you on what you can select. Already kind of bad. It's like, okay, you can only do a 10-minute workout. You can't stretch. All these weird limitations. I select all those, and then instead of even what I selected, it's like, what if it was a 3-minute workout instead? I'm like, what is this? Luckily, there were other modes that I actually got to try out and be like, oh, this is actually kind of fun. It did not let me play the main Fist of North Star theme. I don't know if it's even in the game.
Someone in our fan base knows for certain because they are constantly playing this.
Okay, because what it lets you play are 2 original songs which sound like Dynasty Warriors knockoff songs. Which
I'm
is
kind of okay with that.
Yeah, it's fine,
I'm kind of okay
but
with
it's
that.
like I need the Fist of North Star theme song though.
Matt OB confirms it is in there.
Okay,
so there you go.
Is Tough Boy? You got to have Tough Boy.
I think there was. I think that was there, but it was not selectable in the demo.
Matt OB confirms it has instrumental versions of all the anime songs. Hell yeah, Tough Boy's in there.
Okay,
so there
great.
you go. That's awesome.
If you don't like Tough Boy, you're weak.
I'm doing the normal first fitness boxing game. Fitness Boxing 2 adds a few features, and people tell me those are in Fist of North Star Boxing. So I may just jump straight from one to that, depending.
Right. Yeah, that probably makes sense unless you're really into the look of fitness boxing without.
Well, I do get to dress the fitness instructor.
This one, some of the levels you play as Kenshiro, and other levels you play watching Kenshiro and follow his moves.
From a closet. You're in the closet just watching.
I love that they do the intro to Fist of North Star where it's like, it's in the year 1990X or 9XX. And the only thing left is exercise.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
The voice acting is bizarre because I think Kenshiro's voice actually really works for me.
Really? Okay.
He's really generic and bad.
Yeah,
but it works.
He kind of almost was in the movie dub.
Yeah, right. It does remind me of the original movie dub in some ways.
Yeah.
But everyone else is just funny. Like, let me get her name. I think Rin.
Yeah.
The little girl.
Yeah.
She has an adult woman voice, which goes in and out of accent at random. And I think that it's an Australian accent, but I am not sure.
Don't worry. I doubt she knows either. She's like, oh, I get to do an accent. That's fun.
But yeah, it's always the second half of her sentence. Like the first half comes out normally, and then the second half has this bizarre accent. I'm like, what is this?
I thought it was for fitness boxing too, but I did see someone in the fit posting channel, which on the GigaBoots fan Discord, there's a link in the description. We do have a channel for posting about all these fitness games. They were talking about they clearly stitched this one voice actress's 2 different lines together, and it's so jarring that they switched to the Japanese dub or something. And I was like, I guess that was Fist of the North Star.
There's us, like her was only the tip of the iceberg on that exact thing.
Okay.
Toki, who is like the white-haired master. It feels like every line is stitched together. He maybe said 2 words at once at any point. And the subtitles even pop up like this.
If it makes you feel better, know that fitness boxing normal isn't any different for whatever reason. I can't remember the exact phrases they will stitch together very bizarrely, but it is quite something. The tone will shift radically nonstop, and they say maybe 2 to 3 words every time. They're like, okay, next one's coming up. It's heating up. We have to do this. 1, 2, 1, 2. Straight hook.
Yeah, when the straight hook, like they couldn't get a read for that, and that is 2 separate words. It's like, what?
Like, guys, how many lines do you need from this person? Just get them to say a few combinations.
No, we got it.
Apparently, the U.S. version of Fist of North Star Boxing does not have a Japanese audio option.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate, but it's fine. Like, the voice acting is not good, but I can at least laugh at it.
When you're playing as Kenshiro, it has the proper Kenshiro Japanese voice actor, and then when you're merely watching Kenshiro, it's like, I'm David Lynch. Because you're watching him from the closet, of course.
Of course.
We really need just some kind of game where you have like a Navi type character who gives you advice and is constantly talking, but they're David Lynch.
Yeah, and they say a bunch of esoteric spiritual shit like David Lynch. It's like, I was looking for a useful gameplay tip. Thank you for telling me this. The rock feels as though it has no soul.
You'd understand the solution to this puzzle if you got into transcendental meditation.
That'll be a chat.
When will you get into transcendental meditation?
You think you're getting a workout on your fucking Switch? Get real.
God, I say that to myself like every couple days. I will just say like under my breath, just in his voice, get real. Because it's just how the response to any stupid thing I read.
Yeah, no, that's happened to me a few times. It's really good. There's just sometimes you see something so stupid. The first voice in your head is David Lynch saying, get real. So, do you want to try my copy of Fitness Boxing 1 to get a better idea of what, at very least, that version, because 2 is, as I hear, much better, is like? Because if I were to describe it to you, it's literally like you set goals for your daily workout routine. Daily. Anyway. And you tell it how long you want to go and what you wanted to focus on, whether that's cardio or strength building or whatever. And then it'll just stitch together a bunch of sessions.
Right.
Some of them will be up to 11 minutes long, and then 9 minutes long, and then 8 minutes long.
That makes sense, because that's what it let me do separately of, like, just play one of those sessions. Like.
Right. So that's kind of what this is. I assume that's going to be similar. Maybe it has some more options, because it really does sound like they improved it between 1 and 2. Which is why I feel like I'd be partially kind of wasting my money if I just got 2, because it wouldn't have the extra layer of being a Fist of the North Star thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, I don't know. You get cute outfits when you play this Fitness Boxing 1. I doubt I get cute outfits for Kenshiro.
Probably not. I don't know. There are a lot of bosses and stuff to fight, though. Like, it has the mode where you fight random thugs.
Okay,
and
that's cool.
So you just get to watch each of them fall over and then disappear. Because, you can't explode the blood in a fitness game that's rated to, like, E10.
Shove your arm into his chest.
Oh, yeah. There was something, it was like, you get a medal for doing a certain set of exercises. I'm not sure why I got the medal. But he's like, you need to stamp it. And then Dai's head pops up and you do the two thumbs into his temples.
Oh, my God.
By moving the Joy-Cons in.
I'm merely stamping things by punching. You're ending lives.
Yes.
That's really good.
Every part of it reminds me heavily of that. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the Fish and North Star body soap commercial.
No.
They have it's live action. They have like a Kenshiro actor who like lathers himself up and then throws it off at the opponents and makes them clean. It's really good. You should look. You should seek this out. I don't know what it's called.
Oh my god. Okay. And last bit of information, you do apparently get some insane outfits for Kenshiro.
Okay.
So there you go. Now I just have to choose cute trainer girl or Kenshiro.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard choice. Maybe I'll get both games. And I'll just start the day with one and end the day with another. You know, because you should definitely work out over 2.5 hours every single day.
Yeah, it just makes sense, Dan. That's totally healthy and not
that's how you lose weight.
Yeah.
Me 3 months from now, I'm still not under 200 pounds. I just look ridiculous.
Yeah, that's all I really had to say about Fist of North Star.
Cool.
It does seem like a neat thing. It's on sale. I think it's down to $35 or something. I'll consider it, but I might just wait for it to go a little cheaper.
Yeah, 35 seems all right as a price. I'm just torn.
Yeah.
What else did you play?
I also played Rise of the Ronin.
For 1 second, I forgot you had already beaten Rise, Son of Rome, and was like in a spiral mentally. It's like, how are we back here again? I know you love action games, Bob, but please.
Rise of the Ronin is incredible. Why don't they make another?
because 2 people own the rights, and that's too hard. Microsoft would rather have nothing.
Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? Well, Bob, tell us all about Rise of the Ronin while I disappear.
Surprisingly, Rise of the Ronin runs around like in the mid 50s most of the time. It does hit 60 once in a while, but it does feel like it doesn't run as well as I was hoping for it to. But the game looks fine. Like, it doesn't look hideous like people on Twitter might lead you to believe. It's like,
It was a PS3 game.
yeah, it's not a PS3 game. But weirdly, this is an open world version of Sekiro almost. Like, it feels like all the mechanics are kind of made around that mold of like, okay, everything's really heavily parry based. You're exploring Bakumatsu area, Japan, on horseback and on your glider, which I was surprised how fast you can move between the two. Like, that might be another reason why it was hard for me to play Dragon's Dogma, because you move probably 3 times as fast through the world in Rise of Rome.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, like your horse, which you can upgrade, like you find different horses that have literally higher speeds.
Oh, you can like switch up, not like
you can equip them with a new like saddle and stuff, and that can give you bonuses. But yeah, no, you can also just replace the horse. You are augmenting the horse.
Evil Western technology. Your Dutch studies cyborg horse.
There are enough weird things in this game that's trying to be realistic for me to believe that could happen, because like you watch the intro video and your rival has a robot arm. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if we unlock the steam powered horse.
Yeah.
But you can go from your glider contraption directly onto the horse and maintain speed really well. It's pretty neat. There's a lot of area to explore. Like, I haven't done all that much of the story, but it does have that system we saw a lot in 7th Gen of your choices affect the story. So there's the pro shogunate and the anti shogunate factions, and I got up to the point where I can make the first choice as far as that goes and see how it plays out differently.
Which way are you going, Bob? This is an important question.
Probably anti-shogunate. You got Ryomo Sakamoto, and he's really cool.
I mean, true.
Which ending gets you boiled alive like an ending in Way of the Samurai?
I hope that's there. That'd be really funny.
You sided with the Shogun. He lost. Here's the ending where you're boiled.
They do interesting things like you can learn different sword styles based on who you meet and who you develop relationships with.
Cool.
So yeah, that's probably going to make me motivated to go back and redo this to get the other ones I might miss by doing the anti-shogunate.
Forsake the way of the katana and take up the English or the American naval saber.
You can just pick up an American
Taught directly by Matthew Perry.
Aggro, the first mission is you trying to assassinate Matthew Perry.
That's so fucking good.
It is. It is.
Please
really
tell me
good.
he's like 9 feet tall and just throws you bodily from the black ships.
He is not 9 feet. He is shredded, and it does take a while for you to fight him, and he eventually has to be saved by his ninja companion.
Oh,
I was hoping
amazing.
it'd be like the king in Elden Ring, where he's like doing Zangief moves on you.
It is almost that, as he does ridiculous shows that usually end up with him shooting you in the face, but you're okay because, it's a video game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see more of Matthew Perry. I hope that he has a training arc between the next time then and the next time I see him. I need him to come back with like a full moveset for his spear or something. You also meet random people on side quests who can give you sword styles as well. Like I met this random bandit, and he taught me a Nodachi kind of wild man style. And there's a bunch of neat little things like that. And then there's a system that kind of reminds me of certain Dynasty Warriors games where it's like, oh, choose this style that matches your enemy in a rock, paper, scissors sort of manner. And then you'll do more defensive damage to them, which is super important because just like in Sekiro, you're trying to break down their stamina bar to do it like a super damaging heavy hit.
I have a question.
Sure.
I was outside of the room. I thought I heard something, and I don't trust myself. Did you say this had a Shinobi Do 2-like system where different shogunates could be worked for, possibly changing the flow of power?
Yes, but there's only one shogunate. Then the other is the anti-shogunate, which there might be another faction later on. I don't know.
But you can choose which of the two?
Yes. Yeah, so you could go full pro shogunate. You could just be like, yeah, the geisha girl who wants you to work for the shogunate's pretty.
Bob's like, in this game, you can simp.
Point me toward the Shinsengumi, please.
Bob standing outside the Shinsengumi, he's like brushing his hair with his hands and runs his tongue along his teeth to make sure there's nothing in it before he goes in.
Something about the fucking... So David Lynch has the samurai haircut. And he's like, it is the Edo era, and believe it or not, it is a bright and sunshiny day.
Jesus.
I really need to see David Lynch with the tone mage or whatever they call that's killing me because he gels up his hair still.
Right, of course. He's got the gelled up everywhere except where it's shaved.
Right. So it's close enough mentally for where the hair is.
It's Heihachi, basically.
I'm just picturing his normal hair, but he has the bun in the back. David Lynch in the blue and white Shinsengumi coat.
Yeah. Yeah,
we're getting dangerously close to Soul Society Captain David Lynch.
Yeah.
There's very little difference here.
The Grand Captain or whatever, the fucking Soul Society is talking to David Lynch alone, and he's just like, I couldn't tell you this before, but there is an old spirit that is evil. He's just
you really think you can defeat Soul Society just because you have some Aaron car? Get real.
David Lynch voice, Banky. That's not. It's not quite right. We gotta stop this. Hey, Bob,
yeah, the open world also works in a kind of interesting way. There aren't Ubisoft towers traditionally. There's just a bunch of activities in an area, and the more of those activities you do, the more it'll point on the map that have the activities in them. Like, say you find a cat, it'll be like, well, that increased your reputation with this area. And the map's broken into tons of tiny little areas. And as you level it up, it'll be like, oh, well, here's a treasure chest in this area, and here's all this other stuff. Like, oh, there's a waypoint here that you can use as fast travel. Which is kind of neat. I've played a lot more of the open world than I thought I would have. Mainly because there is the off chance of finding a side quest that's like, what if you got a new sword style completely?
What if we held it by the sharp end?
Go on.
There's also a weird wanted system in the towns, which I haven't engaged with much, but the only way I know it's there is I ran into a random person on the street that's like, if you run into a Ronin on the street, you can battle them and get their sword style. But beware, that could increase your wanted level. And then the guy totally owned me, but he had a really cool like quick draw style. It was like, man, I wish I was able to kill him. Now he's not spawning again. Yeah, there's also a bunch of random little bandit camps going around. And if you clear those out, sometimes they'll lock on rewards, but not all the time. Like sometimes they'll be like, oh, that opened up this shop. And other times it's like, well, this area is freed. And
Good job.
Yeah, it's like nothing else. There'll also be wanted men and dogs around.
Wanted, men.
You can go hunt down and then turn in, like there's an official in town is like, oh, I'll unlock more stuff for the shop the more bounties you find.
And you said dogs?
Yeah, dogs.
Like
weirdly.
they're lost dogs? Or
No,
you're putting them
they're
down?
They're evil dogs.
Evil dogs?
Yeah, no, they're it was like called something the killer or the bear killer. And it was like I thought it was gonna be a dude.
Right, that's understandable. You're expecting Jeremiah Johnson to be out there.
Right? And it's like this is
fucking Cujo.
Yeah, it's just a dog. What is which you can't stealth kill dogs. I'm
sorry, I just imagine like an Elder Scrolls loading screen tip. You can't stealth kill dogs.
Which this does have a full stealth kill system, but not on the dogs.
It's just the images of the dog looking back at you like this. It says you can't.
Yeah, they just spot you and you try and hit them. I guess the dogs are too aware.
They're too aware. They're in touch with nature, like David Lynch.
One of the funnier missions I did is it was like me and two other dudes, which has a really interesting system where you can switch between other guys in your party, like on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
So like just mid combat, you can switch between like at least 3 guys, which works surprisingly well. But for this mission, it was like, okay, us 3 are going to go ambush this group of people on the road. And there's 5 dudes walking down the road, and they go through a ravine, and we're above the ravine. And I have an ability where if I stealth kill one guy, I can immediately do it again.
Right.
There doesn't seem to be any cap on that. So I drop down and just stealth kill all 5 of the guys in a row.
Sometimes these things happen.
And usually the way they prevent something goofy like this happening is a guy can survive a stealth kill and just knock you off, and then you have to fight him because he's strong.
Oh, okay.
Which is a system that's also in Sekiro. Mm-hmm. This time, none of them were that. So it immediately cuts to a cutscene where one of the guys here is like, does the finishing blow to one of the guys I just stealth killed. And he's like, at least he got to die like a samurai. It's like, dude, I just slit his throat. It was
yeah, like I landed on him from above with the sword, and then did like a corkscrew spin on the sword.
That's what they should have said at the end of fucking Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. When I lit that motherfucker on fire. At least he died with honor, like a samurai.
I really hope Rise of the Ronin has just like sticky bombs you can just throw on guys and be like, no, you don't get to die with dignity.
You do
get this grenade with glue on it.
You do get a pistol and a flamethrower, and you can throw barrels or explosive barrels at guys.
Ooh.
So yeah, there's a lot of goofy stuff.
I always loved in Neo where I'd just see some huge badass like patrolling back and forth out in the distance, be like, I have a rifle.
Yeah.
Headshots do work.
One of my favorite things in Dragon's Dogma is that R2 just picks up dead enemies or boulders.
Yes.
So you can throw them.
Yeah, that is a really cool thing they do in Dragon's Dogma, for sure.
Oh my God. I want to crush a random dude's head with a rock, like from a cliff above him. That's a life goal.
One weird thing with the traversal is designed to be really fast and stuff, but strangely, you don't have like a double jump. So they make a lot of things that are just barely out of your height range, which is really frustrating because even Sekiro has like a jump off the wall sort of kick to get you up to a little bit higher.
But you can ride a horse.
You can ride a horse.
You can jump off the horse.
I've seen videos of it, but I can't figure out how to do it.
Well, then once you do that, you then help the horse up like it's the Last of Us segment. And then you just repeat the process.
But yeah, I found myself riding into a disturbing amount of walls that were just barely too high.
I'm going to give Game of the Year to the first The Last of Us knockoff that just replaces Ellie with a horse. So you're just helping the horse get up onto places and you're having entire conversations with the horse, but of course the horse can't talk.
So this isn't like an ad situation?
No,
Jesus.
No, this is just this man loves his horse.
But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool game. I wish that we could have a Team Ninja game without a stamina bar. I feel like the stamina bar is only there to prevent you from being cool. Like somebody's just like, hey, hold back on doing this crazy combo. You need to wait. You need to do your little wipe the blood off to retain your stamina thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, doesn't... I guess that kind of works when I'm doing run duels, but a lot of this game is, yeah, you've run up on a camp. There's like 3 guys at least here. You're fighting them all at once. Something else I want to say about it. Oh, yeah. It's a little weird. It's all in English, but everyone has a very strong accent, like a Japanese accent. Which is fine, but it makes me think more than I probably should about it. Of like, but that would imply that they're having a hard time speaking the languages they are naturally speaking to each other, which is weird in my head.
You're thinking about this from a localization back in the day situation of like, well, they have a thick accent because in the original they have a thick accent. Well, they're all from Osaka. Every last one of them. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
At this point, I would just consider myself lucky they don't all have a British accent for no reason. Just a random smattering of accents from all over the United Kingdom.
This is the Osaka verse.
Oh.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. There's lots of cats to collect. There's calico cats that are actually harder to catch than regular cats. You need to sneak up on them. The regular cats, normal cats, that'll just let you walk up and pet them. Calico cats run. So you gotta make sure.
Cat clock, like in Neo 2. The guy who pulls out the cat and looks at their eyes, that's to tell what time it is.
Oh, yeah, that. Nobody has the cat clock yet. That was in Neo 1, I believe.
I think it was also in 2.
Maybe.
Why would a calico be more...
Because they're neater looking.
Okay.
Because they need a visual way to distinguish that this is a difficult cat, Dan.
Yeah, I think
fine.
one calico is worth 3 regular.
They're 20% faster. Why? They have one more toe. Well, I guess I should shut the fuck up then. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. So I should have transitioned from our last game before Rise of the Ronin into this. But so I've been doing a lot of fitness this week. I already talked about that. I went back to Ring Fit. I've been doing mostly like Beat Saber, or I've been doing mostly Pistol Whip, fitness boxing, other things in VR. But I went back to Ring Fit and I only survived fucking 40 minutes in that environment. That, as it turns out, you can be fit up here and then the rest of you is not. And they're like, do leg lifts. And I'm like, I'm a dead man. Do flutter kicks. So, I incorporated that into the larger thing and moved on. But I decided to give a game another chance. I went back to Beat Saber.
Okay.
For people who don't remember, I fucking hated Beat Saber when I first played it. So I gave it another chance. Beat Saber's a really good workout. I still fucking hate Beat Saber. It is so deeply frustrating that every other rhythm game ever made is like, the trick, man, is to figure out you can use either limb to hit that thing, whether that's on Guitar Hero, where you can do the hammer-ons and pull-offs with both hands, or moving your fingers appropriately and reaching the correct way, or in DDR, where you can turn sideways or backwards to make your left foot hit appropriate directions. This is like, no, that is red. You hit it with your left fucking hand, and you hit it from the direction the arrow tells you. And I'm like, this is distinctly upsetting to me at a deep and spiritual level. I am angry at every moment I'm playing this game, but it's a really good workout because it very specifically tells you to hit the cubes from various directions. That is still one of the most amazingly pretty PSVR2 games in existence. That thing is nuts looking. It is insane. The lightsaber effects, the environments, it is nuts. And they make custom environments for the different song packs. So, your Skrillex one is tuned to that. Your Daft Punk one has giant helmets so the two Daft Punk guys pop up with the text pop up for the songs and shit in sync with it as lighting effects and all sorts of other shit goes.
Nice.
I'm going to keep playing this game, but I fucking hate it, just to be clear. I'm hoping at some point I make the turn, right? And I start to enjoy it by getting used to it. But I'm starting to just be like, no, I will get better at it and still be incredibly annoyed by it.
Uh-huh.
But it still looks really fucking good. I don't think there is a better looking PSVR2 game. I am skeptical there ever will be. I will continue playing Beat Saber, and we will see if I can agree with the rest of humanity on that being a good game. Bob, what else did you play?
That was it for me.
Then you're done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. When you playing Beat Saber?
I guess I played a tiny bit of Unicorn Overlord.
Yeah.
I finished the second continent, and I found a boat that took me to some other third continent, but that wasn't the main quest line. So I assume that will be the main quest line later.
And then you're like, wait, where the fuck am I?
But that current continent's really cool because it introduces all the different animal people, and they have a lot. And that's like, you go to the shop there, even it's like a tiny little rabbit standing on the top of the desk and be like, hey, want to buy some items?
That's cute.
The armory's like run by a polar bear, and it's incredible. He's just a polar bear.
Oh my god.
It talks to you.
Wait, if you finish Elheim, how is your main quest not to go to Pistorius?
Oh, I didn't do Alheim at all.
Then how did you finish what third thing did you finish?
Well, I finished the second thing, which was
I thought you said the third thing. Oh, okay.
No, he was talking about the third continent.
Right.
I feel like next week we're going to be like, how many fucking continents does this game have?
One. There are multiple countries and regions.
Okay, so there are not multiple continents?
It is the continent of Fevrith, although part of it's a giant island.
Okay, I was getting
okay.
confused. So they're separate islands. Each one's its own island, basically around this one big middle island. But yeah, there's like owl people. There's fox people. They've got these really cool designs too. Like, man, they just didn't show us this at all, which is crazy. Also, I'm like underleveled significantly, but it does not matter. I sat in the Coliseum, burnt up to like rank 8 or so. Everyone outranks me, outlevels me by like at least 10 points, and the only thing that actually stopped me is eventually the enemy team started having 5 members on them instead of 4, and that's when it became like insurmountable.
Yeah.
Really wanted to unlock that character though. Yeah, I might need to get to. You can get 5 characters on your party once you make it to A rank, which is done by just doing stuff in the world. Like everything you do gets you, or is filling a bar that goes to that.
We got some fan art mid podcast.
Oh no!
God. You ever wonder what sort of effect you're having on the world?
I wish that I could wonder. I wish I was not presented with it.
Yeah,
Over and over.
that's how it goes. Like I wish we were immune to our crimes. Oh God, I know what we're gonna see next week. Dan already pulled the Podlord, so we won't be seeing it this week. But I'm not excited for them to just give David Lynch a little scar there on his chin, and their job is done for them.
Right? Yes, he's a slightly older one, so the hair is fully whited.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick Makes Art, for the David Lynch Shinsengumi. Or Soul Society. Definitely not.
No, the Simpsons movie. That was more ridiculous.
Yeah.
He won't show up in Rising and Ronin.
Completely different. Not similar at all.
No.
That's all the games we
Probably.
can finally move on to the other fucking hosts. Thank God. We need to stop playing video games. Or Beat Saber needs to get as good as everyone tells me it is. Hey, Aggro, what have you been playing?
I have been pretending that several other video games don't exist as I continue to play Unicorn Overlord.
Whoa, really?
That was the right choice, man. What a game.
Bob, an interesting thing happens when you're in Bastorius, mixing it up with all those cool beast people.
Uh-huh.
The day-night cycle actually starts to matter.
Yes. I didn't expect that either.
Right? I'm like, I am 50-something hours into this game. Why did this start happening? I also, I am now far enough in this game that I felt comfortable looking up reviews for this game.
Mm-hmm.
And every one of them has the same thing in it that probably shouldn't bug me as much as it does.
And you're just going to let that worm into our brains, huh?
Well, every review is like, the story is your basic fantasy thing. It's not that good. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's not, because that's not the point. Like, this fucking 80-hour tactics RPG isn't about the plot, because the plot is just your kingdom fell and you're going to go beat up the guy who beat you. Did you not notice that the entire game is centered around the hundreds of fucking characters and their interesting interactions with one another?
No, that's not writing to
That's not
writing to the vast majority of critics. That's
God,
not writing. That is some other thing that is different and less essential than, can I pretend this has the plot of an HBO show?
God, that's super frustrating, especially thinking of when I got to the desert and then a random guy who hadn't seen it had a plot in hours is like, oh, I know everyone here. I'm going to introduce you. I was like, wait, you're real? You're like a character?
Yeah. It's like this huge, constantly evolving story about the nature and the cost of war and what it does to people and countries and how your relation and responsibility to it changes who you are and your relationships to other people. But no, because the overarching plot is kind of thin, it's not really well written.
It's okay if it makes you feel better. A lot of these game journalists went to college for a writing degree, so they know what story is and you don't.
I will admit, it got a little repetitive in the whole first section of the game where you run up on a Zenoia-controlled area, and it's basically like, haha, you thought I was the one who sucked, but really you're the one who sucks. Complex morality is war.
For some reason, I heard Garth Marenghi in my head.
Good.
I wasn't just facing a normal war. I was facing a war of the soul.
This game does not stop unfolding in interesting, complex choices to make with unit composition and strategy. And by the end of this game, I'm realizing I'm going to have 50 distinct units in my head, all with their own if-then conditional ability trees that interact with each other. And I think at that point, I'm going to ascend to pure light. So look forward to that. Seeing if I can still operate a microphone with an internet connection without material substance. but that's all I've been playing.
Okay. Hey, Chris, what have you been playing?
I played Killer is Dead on stream on Saturday. That's a cool game. I hope it gets a remaster like Lollipop Chainsaw and Shadows the Damned Ark. Because that one, if you put it up to 60, that would go from being like, oh, it's fine, to being like actually good.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's already pretty solid. You get a decent amount of moves. You have like fun counter abilities. It has enough enemies, and it has like a lot of bosses, and they all have 3 phases.
Huh.
It has a great character who is the chief of your assassination agency.
I thought you guys say the chief.
The chief, who is voiced by the same guy the same guy who's Big Bo in Binary Domain, and those are apparently the only 2 major roles he's ever had in a game.
Huh, and they would have been really close then.
Yeah. The story fucking makes no sense. Like at all. Like the closest I can figure out is, okay, there's human beings being evil makes evil energy. And normally that's fine. The earth just absorbs it. The villain took over the moon to suck the evil energy up to the moon to use the moon to amplify the evil energy so he can take over the world.
Seems pretty normal.
The villain, by the way, is a guy wearing like copper lingerie who dual wields sabers and is voiced by Liam O'Brien.
Well, that sounds like a good combo.
So like you're like, okay, I'm gonna fight you. And he just stands up and throws off this robe, and he has like a copper jock strap on. Like his ass is just out.
This is the
most insane thing about the game is not even in the game. It's explaining the fucking why the main character has a robotic arm.
Which is
he was on SEAL Team 6 and killed Osama bin Laden, and then Osama bin Laden's evil energy possessed his arm, and it had to be removed.
I heard the story once. So good.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It is. They don't make them like that anymore.
They sure don't.
Yeah, it's like that in Metal Gear 4, and that's it.
It's like, man, I really wish No More Heroes 3 had combat as good as this game. Like, I wish it had the same breadth of moves and defensive options. Because I don't think you can launch guys in No More Heroes. Like, you have the drop kick, but you don't have like a pop guys into the air, and now they can't do anything while you beat on them move. And you do have a move like that in this. It's a guard that's like a perfect guard.
Yeah, no, you're mostly relying upon your death moves to do something like that, and the main one you'd use that with is your death like throw, where you levitate them and throw them against a wall.
Yeah, and the death moves are all really cool, but
and they all have a significant cooldown though,
unless you spec into them not, which is the correct move.
I like throwing all of them onto a boss. In No More Heroes 3, and she's like, I also included the one that slows you down, so I'm just gonna wail on your dick while you're on your back.
Right, it feels really good and cheesy.
This is from the era where we just took a level out of the game, and that's day 1 DLC but it's free if you buy the game. Like, it's as bad, it's bad enough that a character will reference it in that mission in the game. They literally just took out like mission 5. And now that's day 1 DLC.
What a weird era.
Yeah, remember when every game journalist was like, no, that's not what they're doing. Nobody does that. You don't understand how games are made. After the game went gold, the team made this level that slots perfectly into the game and also got all the voice actors back to record dialogue for that. In the 3 months between it going gold and it shipping. With Matt, it was really egregious with all the BioWare ones because there was constant leaks of like, this character was in this. Here's a script from 18 months before the game came out where this character is in it. and then that character is day one DLC, but free if you buy it. Same era as the online pass, baby. I feel like we're getting close to the return of the online pass.
We're getting close to the return of what if there wasn't a Western game industry?
God, that'll be sweet.
It'll be like back then during the crash when it was insane, except for there will still be games, but it'll all be like digital games, sort of like we technically had DOS games during that gap. We technically had Apple II and microcomputer software. It's just
it'll be exactly like the original Crash, where all Americans will be like, "The market's gone," and then every other country will be like, "Huh? Were you saying something?"
Yeah. Yeah, as it turns out, it'll be just like that.
God. I feel like there have been two CEOs in the last week been like, it's just, I can't believe the video games itself, the whole industry is regressing. Like, or contracting.
Look in a mirror, bro.
Yeah, it's like
mirror.
Contracting compared to COVID, but
right.
That's because they were
literally
trapped
anyone
indoors.
who ever lived could have told you that was going to happen. Nobody made you double the size of your company in the expectation that a once in a human history event could keep happening every quarter.
No, but we finally had proof that geometric growth was a sustainable model.
For how many months? 9?
Look, it doesn't matter how much data we had the data.
This game has the really stupid gigolo levels where you put on x-ray glasses and look at like a Barbie doll and see its lingerie. And
literal
you do this
Barbie doll, or
no? It's but the model is the quality of like a Barbie doll. So you put on the x-ray glasses every time they last like 10 seconds, and every time you put them on, you have to watch a small cutscene of him putting them on very exaggeratedly. Then you look at them in lingerie for like 5 seconds, and then you give them a present. And you do this 2 or 3 times, and then they give you a new sub weapon. You do this 3 times, and you never have to engage with that mechanic again.
Is the main character voiced by Patrick Seitz?
Yes.
Okay. It's really weird because like I could have sworn this is something that's implied to have happened in Blaze Blue as well to Ragnar the Blood Edge. But you don't actually play it. It's just one of those goofy alternate endings.
That is almost certainly like a reference to this, yes. Which like playing is like, man, there was so much controversy about this.
There was, yeah. It was real dumb.
Get a life.
Yeah.
Get a life.
Yes.
You think you're using your writing degree?
Yeah, and I think it even came out like, publishers made him put this in here just because,
Yeah.
I never. He had. I think it was like he had this really exaggerated idea for what it was going to be. Like it was going to be like a Tokimeki Memorial tier. It has all these mechanics, and if you fuck up, like she slaps you. and then they were like, no, bro, just take all that out.
Cool.
But yeah, Killer is Dead is real cool. If you have an Xbox, you should play it on Xbox Back Compat. I hope they do a remaster of it the way they are remastering every other Suda game.
I forgot it was on Back Compat. That's good.
Yeah, it's locked at 30 frames per second.
Yeah, it's locked at 30.
But that's better than playing the original.
Even just running at a higher resolution would help it because it is kind of hard to see sometimes.
Yeah, but at the same time, since it's on Back Compat, that means they're forcing that better anisotropic filtering.
And it does look better.
Yeah, you can't. It is unspeakable how much that can help the image quality of a game. Like, I legit thought when they put Sonic Generations on Back Compat, or was it Generations or Unleashed? I think it was Unleashed.
Probably Unleashed.
Where I was looking at the fucking image comparisons and I'm like, oh, is this a higher res? It's like, no, but since so much of a Sonic game is a completely oblique angle because it's just terrain that's kind of flat for a lot of it, it looks high res because you're seeing so much more detail because of the anisotropic filtering. For people who don't know what that is, that means if something's flat and sort of at the same angle as the viewpoint, anisotropic filtering makes sure that more detail from the texture is apparent. Otherwise, it's mush. It's a weirdly often skipped feature in console games. I think we finally got to the point where we're only doing 8x, but it used to be 0. So yeah, that alone definitely would make a game like Killer's Dead look a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And also running stably at 30. Pretty cool.
Yeah, but it has a lot of cool sweary stuff, like one of the side characters will show up sometimes and just grow 40 arms. Like she's like the Black Widow types, like I'm right, wearing like a leather jumpsuit spy character, and she'll whip out 2 pistols and then grow 40 more arms that also each have a pistol.
Ooh.
And just rain bullets down on the guys you're fighting, because it'll throw like 8 guys at you at once, and then she'll show up and be like, I'm going to help, and eviscerate them with this rain of bullets.
You mean Suda, right?
Yeah, Suda. Did I say sweary?
Yeah, you said sweary.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I mean Suda.
Does sweary do something like that? I'm not familiar. I don't remember that in Twin Peaks.
You guys should play D4 sometimes. It's only 2 hours long.
Oh man, I'm just not sure that we have all the hardware necessary to. Bob,
Don't go get the Kinect.
What's this over here?
No.
He's getting the Kinect.
No, don't.
They took the Kinect functionality out even.
They took it out? You can't use it with that?
I think you can, but like they made it optional.
Okay. You can.
Well,
but
the
you don't.
important thing is we do have the giant fucking brick.
Uh-huh.
This thing's a fucking fat bastard is what it is. Like a docked Switch is lighter than that.
Yeah,
That is so enormously heavy.
Man, remember when Microsoft was like, yeah, we know that the original Kinect got a lot of like usage and play on PC, so don't worry, we'll make a PC adapter for the Xbox One Kinect, and they just never fucking did that.
They made an adapter so it could plug into the other Xboxes. Like, because they dropped the Kinect exclusive port from the later models.
right.
But they said they were going to make a thing to tie it into PC and support it officially, and then they never fucking did that.
Really?
When that was like most of the discussion I heard about the original Kinect, like all these people are using it for these cool projects because it has all this functionality.
Yeah, there was
And
a
then
point in
it's
time
no,
where
supporting things is hard.
There was a point in time where if you're doing like mocap cutscenes for indie tier productions, you would use 2 Xbox 360 Kinects and then filter it through some software. Or God, what was the other solution? Because we looked into both of these. The other one was something like set up 3 PlayStation Eye cameras.
Oh my God.
Or 6 or something. Yeah, that was insane. But yeah, so it's a real shame that they didn't, add that functionality. That's real weird.
I think people eventually made unofficial ones to do it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, nowadays there's much better solutions. Like a number of companies have come out with like decent, like, oh, do you have $1,200? Then we can get you a pretty good mocap suit. It's like, oh, cool, great, because man, your indie game sure probably doesn't need anything better than that.
Yeah, probably not.
Which my life goal is to become the Sony Visual Arts Group, but for indie games.
Oh my God.
Why wouldn't you want to do that? That sounds fun as hell. I want to be the acting crew and mocap team behind a bunch of what's the name? Ride to Hell tier video games. Why wouldn't you?
This Killer is Dead is really great if you want to hear Stephanie Shedd doing like her most deranged voice I think she's ever done. Because she is the insane schoolgirl sidekick character, which interacts with the game by, if you die, she drops down onto the main character and pounds his chest until his heart starts back up.
Good.
Oh yeah.
But you only have so many. You have to buy more tickets for her to do that.
Like the implication is that's just something she can do. But you have to pay her.
Yeah, like a carnival ride.
Right.
There is the implication she has powers.
Actually, if Orihime's powers were to do that and then you healed.
That would be really good. Yeah, very, very cool game. Very excellent game. Please remaster it. More people should play it. Just take those gigolo missions out because they're not because they're demeaning to women, just because they're bad. Like they aren't a good mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And the characters will constantly call you during missions and scold you for not coming to see them enough. To the point where it was happening in the final level, and I'm like, it ain't happening. It's over. I'm about to walk through this door to fight the final boss.
Yeah, but I want to go bowling.
God, that was a very 7th gen thing.
Yeah, it was. Thank you, GTA 4.
Yeah, thank you, GTA 4.
I feel like the first time I experienced it was the original Knights of the Old Republic.
They went bowling.
Oh yeah, that's where that no see they hadn't figured out the system of letting the player engage with the characters' backstories as little or much as they feel like it. So in KOTOR, characters will just randomly, you'll get like a prose box like, this character seems to have something that's bothering them. You should have a 15-minute long conversation right now in the middle of this level. And sometimes it would be like you go 10 more feet after that and it happens again with the same one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I turned it off. Like, it never went back when a guy did that to me 2 times in a row. And I was like, oh, that's what this game is. Never mind.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. You didn't miss much, especially by modern standards. KOTOR 1 is pretty dripless. I do hope that remake comes out in some form just for comparison. I also played more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I got to Costa del Sol. I think we might need a best walk cycle in our game of the year this year.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, with your tweet, I wasn't sure if it was about 7 Rebirth or Dragon's Dogma, where you could customize your walk cycle. And I was like, what the fuck? You got the posture meter, the knees and elbows angles separately?
Mm-hmm.
There is a character in Costa del Sol who shows up in Costa del Sol who has an unbelievably funny walk cycle. I also think it's funny how I see very few people, because most people aren't weak, complain about the card game, and it keeps going, hey, do you want to play the card game? Here's like 3 story events focused around the card game.
Oh, that's good. Hell yeah.
You better learn how to play this fucking card game. Man, they sure keep giving you fucking mini games. Good news. Any human being can now successfully do the parade minigame.
Ooh, that's good. I remember bombing that on our stream.
Yeah, no, that thing, the original version, not made for completion on your first try, ever.
But they did manage to perfectly recreate the feeling of having a panic attack while performing in public.
Yeah, how's that?
Okay, so imagine you're watching a cinematic with swooping camera angles and it's cutting back and forth. You're also playing a rhythm game on that.
Okay.
So the camera's swooping, it's going back and forth through these soldiers. Sometimes there's a prompt.
Yeah,
and that's how that game works now.
It's like that Final Fantasy VII remake rhythm game where the energy line flies through an area.
Oh yeah,
and you have to hit the buttons
I
on
think
times
it is.
with
I remember it is like the Honeybee Inn dance.
Right, but now it's way more things happening on screen, so a little harder to track. Because it's a whole platoon dancing.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
God, what a funny fucking game. There's so much joy in it. Why is there so many mini games? They just keep giving you mini games.
Yeah.
Because RPGs are supposed to have those, right?
This has more than any other RPG ever made, I think.
It's called making up for the last 2 games the Square Enix shipped at a AAA scale. Is there a mini game in Forspoken?
No. There's catching the cats.
Is there one in 16? I thought there was one,
No.
but
16 has literally 0.
Right, so they just the apology.
The links they go to put every single thing anyone would remember from the original game into this is kind of crazy. In original Final Fantasy VII in Costa del Sol, Red 13's just hanging out by some kids playing soccer. Now there is a play soccer as Red 13 minigame.
Yeah, it's literally like a really cheapo version of Rocket League.
That's really funny. That's good.
There is a Fall Guys minigame in this game, Dan. Where it just puts you in that Fall Guys level where the two levels of pole are spinning and it's a circular platform and you have to not get knocked off.
Oh, that's really good. Someone is saying there was dancing in Forspoken. Does anyone on this podcast?
I feel like there was one cutscene where that happened. I forgot you can control it.
I don't remember this at all.
I got nothing.
Because isn't there just some random guy in the bar she dances with? Is that it?
Oh my God, there was a musical thing.
Yeah.
Like it was a musical because the whole bar started doing a thing. Oh my God, that was buried.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, I don't remember that fucking at all.
I only barely. Wow.
Right?
Wow. I guess that counts. You can tell it was really fun and we all enjoyed it. You know, I shouldn't have put this down so harshly on my desk. I could have like cracked it or something. It even has a mount like you would put on like industry equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Like that proper screw mount that you would put on a stand. Man.
What were they thinking?
What, right? That's all I'm sitting here thinking. I'm like, oh, good for professionals. No normal person will use this in their house like that.
They didn't think that was a possibility, which is crazy. But they had data somewhere from something that told them that it was absolutely going to become just the new way people use TV.
I'm going to need everyone at Microsoft to fucking touch grass.
Uh-huh.
And fire Phil Spencer. But mostly touch grass.
They're not going to fire Phil Spencer, Dan. Well,
no,
they will,
the
but he'll
division
just be him being retired. It'll be framed as him retiring.
Of course. The division will disappear entirely before they fire Phil Spencer because that dude's been there since the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
God. Anyway, did you have anything else you wanted to say about 7 Rebirth?
No, it's still real cool. Every new boss fight is like really impressive. And it just feels so much funnier than the first one even. It feels like they were holding back their power levels in that game. I can't even imagine playing Remake ever again, if we're being honest.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing that I wondered.
Like if it wasn't if it was just the scope being different and stuff like, okay, we haven't really figured out good side quests yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's like the combat and everything is also not nearly as good in Remake.
Yeah, I did wonder at the beginning of this project whether or not Remake would look completely bizarre by the end of it because it is such a different game.
Yeah.
It's gonna look completely bizarre by the end of it, yeah.
Yeah, it is just... I guess it's what they need to do to get ready to make something bigger, but oh man, it's weird.
It's kind of like the intro of Rebirth is that highly scripted, very AAA cutscene heavy.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So Remake is almost one of those for this trilogy.
Yeah, kinda.
Which is metaphorically
really,
very amusing.
A very bizarre thing is that I wonder if at some point they were like, maybe this will have a PS4 version and gave that up. Because there's like a couple pretty decently long squeeze-throughs in that Nibelheim flashback. There haven't been any in the actual game so far. There's been like Cloud ducks to go under a thing. It takes 1 second. But there hasn't been like the Final Fantasy VII remake style squeeze-throughs outside of that flashback.
Yeah, there were a lot in Remake. It was weird.
Yeah, it could barely fucking run on the PS4.
Yeah, that much is certain. They definitely pushed that console to the fucking limits. I know because the fan let me know.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that I had a PS4 Pro. Dan did not. Dan was on the PS4 Vanilla.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Which,
Which I guess explains where it's like, I ran too fast and now Chadley's soul is gone. He can only stare at me vacantly for 30 seconds before the world catches up to my speed.
I ran to the shop and then everyone just stared blankly and I went,
yeah,
Tifa, we're here. don't you have something to say to the man? And she just stared at me blankly, and then I started staring blankly, and then I moved slowly towards the bar, and after 2 seconds of moving slowly towards the bar, a cutscene started.
There is one incredibly funny thing that it's not a cutscene or anything. It's just like a thing that's you're running around. So you're running around in June and you're disguised as a Shinra guy. You're the commander of like a squad, and they're marching on the street back and forth. There's like it's like a platoon. It's like 8 by 8 guys, and they look at you. They all crane their necks to look at Cloud when you're nearby them. And no matter where you go, they will stop and turn and look at you. So I was just running around exploring June because it's this huge town area. It has all these delightful Final Fantasy themed like level assets. And then I turn around and there's just 40 guys there looking, staring. They're standing in the middle of the road in perfect formation, but they've all craned their necks to look at me. So it has the energy of that picture of the party where everybody's looking at the guy like he told a bad joke.
Yeah.
But that's all I played. I didn't get that much further because I'm doing every single side activity, every single one.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have to eat all the eggs.
That's what they're there for, right?
At least these eggs are all good.
Right.
It's not like when I was playing Neo 2 and had to do every single side mission because like, why'd I buy the game if I'm not going to do everything? I shouldn't have even bought it then.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Rising and Ronin will have areas that are like normally there's just the regular open world exploration stuff, but there are like cut off areas that play more like a Neo mission.
Hell yeah.
Right? Which is interesting.
That is. That's the thing I was asking for more of in Ghost of Tsushima 2.
Uh-huh.
Hopefully they do that.
Hopefully.
They probably won't Sucker Punch.
We never brought this up. And I feel kind of bad we didn't. The person who leaked the reveal and launch of the PC version of Ghost of Tsushima very tightly leaked exactly when that happened, said the reveal of Ghost of Tsushima 2 is summer.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, I should have brought it up on the big thing. That happened like 3-4 weeks ago. You know?
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, no, so...
That makes sense.
And
it's been way too long.
And unless I'm misremembering, they also said the launch was also this year. So Sony doesn't consider Ghost of Tsushima a huge IP, I'm guessing.
That's
or
insane.
it got delayed from then.
Yeah,
they didn't find out that it was delayed.
Maybe, but the leak was not that long
Ghost
before.
of Tsushima sold shitloads. If Sony is beyond out of touch, if they're like, that's not a major franchise.
I mean, there's one thing that defines Sony right now. It's that they're out of touch.
Yeah.
Like, if that's not a major franchise, what is The Last of Us and nothing else?
Maybe
Uncharted?
God of War, The Last of Us,
God of War,
Uncharted,
Spider-Man, and The Last of Us. Those are our only major franchises.
Yeah.
Look, if we make enough Horizon games, that'll be a major franchise.
They do think it is.
Yeah.
Jim Ryan did. Maybe the new guy doesn't think it is so much.
Really liking Horizon has been so embarrassing for the past little bit.
Yeah, it's the same way I feel where I'm like, Sony, I really like the Venom movies. Please stop greenlighting things like the Hemogoblin movie. You're making me look like an idiot here.
Holy shit. I'm really excited to play that Horizon DLC finally on my PS5 Pro when I get that later this year. It's going to look so fucking immaculate.
Since we're talking about weird Sony rumors, did you see that allegedly Sony Ben's new thing is a fucking service game, so it's going to be canceled and never come out?
Oh, come on.
It's like the thing they went into after Days Gone, and they were like, no, we're not making fucking Last of Us factions. We'll make our own stupid service shit that'll get shut down.
Just to be clear, if we weren't in the middle of a podcast, I would just be screaming. Just screaming a lot.
Come on.
I'm so upset to hear that.
We have so many nightmares about service games this week. Like, there was a big expose about Tom Clancy. Oh, I'm sorry. It had the Tom Clancy branding stripped off it. Ubisoft's XDefiant.
Sorry, XDefiant. Right, I said it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a big expose of it's like, yeah, all like the directors in charge of this game are literally like have formed a toxic frat boy clique and don't talk to anybody. And the reason the game is in development hell right now is because everybody was telling them for 3 years that there was a major netcode problem and we had to fix it, and they didn't fix it until it was time to ship. That they were like, here's our open test. Oh shit, the game's definitely delayed. Because leadership finally had to confront the fact the fucking netcode didn't work.
Yeah, for people who missed it, that game was supposed to launch this month.
Well, that originally was supposed to launch in November.
Yes.
Then they were very confident it was going to launch this month, despite being almost completely silent on all social media since last year.
Another major problem is allegedly when they dropped the Tom Clancy branding in 2022, they went, well, now we have to add 800 more things to the game because we're not restricted by the Tom Clancy brand. So it had enormous scope creep after that. And now they don't know when it's going to come out.
Yeah, I also heard that it was like, apparently upper management kept telling them to make it more and more like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
That was seemingly not true.
Okay.
But they said that was part of the whole problem where like brain dead executives would come in and request changes and then not like those changes after they happened.
Yep.
Apparently it's like, yeah, this got one of the guys in the development in the director team never directed on a game before, has no experience with the genre. He just knew the right people. So now he's in a leadership position on this game.
This hurts. Why are we getting news early?
Yeah, right. We haven't even had Pot Lords yet.
By the way, that game was supposed to ship 2 years ago, and now they have no idea when it's going to ship. Okay, that's all I played.
So tomorrow, Bob and I are streaming. Okay. Superman 64 and Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. It's not a flop swap, I should clarify right now.
Solve my maze, Superman.
God.
The Demon Pit is here. So please look forward to tomorrow's stream. Chris, what are you streaming soon?
On Saturday, I am streaming Silent Hill 2, Saturday and probably Sunday. We are using the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition on PC. I made sure that it worked for 1 hour. I hope that was enough for it to work through the entire game.
I hope so too.
And then the week after that, I was going to do it sooner, but I figured since these are goals, I want to give people enough time so they know when they're happening and have a chance of being there. The next week, we will do Silent Hill 3, which will either be the PC version or the really bad HD version on Xbox. I have not decided yet. It will be whichever one is more stable. Probably the PC version.
I have a friend. They were streaming what was it? Metal Gear Solid. And they were using RPCS3 to emulate the PS3 version of the HD collection.
What?
They made it the entire game.
Why?
And when they hit credits, epileptic seizure. They were like, can't be upset. Made it the whole game.
Did you know you can play 2 and 3 and Peace Walker on Xbox Back and Pat, but it's disc only.
Oh yeah.
What?
God.
No, you can buy Peace Walker digitally, but 2 and 3 for whatever reason are disc only Xbox.
At least that's not a bad version of the Peace Walker to do. You know, you could play it on a modern platform.
Right.
That's cool. Yeah, I was mostly just amazed that it behaved the entire game. Because that's not a short game.
No.
And then you hit the credits and it had that problem. 1 second. I think this next segment coming up has a loading screen going on. What?
Hey, maybe the dog's about to snitch.
Fuck you, evil detecting dog.
Thank you, Justice Ag, for the edit. Jesus. Anyway, let's see. We did the podcast is over, right? We get to go. Is that
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, the Podlords!
Ah!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Yes, that's right. Oh fuck. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, E. Lee Broyles, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Rado, 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered, WTF, Spider-Man, Mr. I Like Spam!
Fuck you, Elden Ring DLC, for pushing the release of Dawn Trail newest expansion to critically acclaimed MMORPG at Final Fantasy XIV back a week.
This is the first Elden Ring DLC is the first time I've ever seen every game studio go, we're getting out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
Maybe they should do that more often.
Probably. It seems like a smart move.
If not for the consumers' money, then maybe their mind share. Maybe.
DFW 3K.
So Sony announces a Horizon new game to launch that day. There's like, hey, we have one in our back pocket. Here's that one that's the online only. You all hate it. Launch the same day.
Oh, that might happen.
Horizon Actually Excellent Game Edition. But you will never know
copies
because
sold.
Elden Ring comes out at the same time.
DFW 3K. Muckbun. Shiny Mew. Kristen. Simple 1500 series, volume 69. The Juicer Frost.
Oh, God.
Balatro.
Yeah, I keep seeing people talk about that, and I'm like, I don't have the brain power to play that game.
Cooper Tank.
I have a knack for making plans and never following up on them. You can count on me, Arisen.
Oh my god.
And then he gets COVID, so you have to drown him.
While he yells about ladders.
Miko heard you give good pets. Can you confirm?
Yeah, that's true. By the way, this Podlord, your image was just plain white. I don't know what happened. Patreon's like, wouldn't it be funny if I just filled this all with white?
Indigo Sykes.
Are you listening, Harmonix and Clone Hero? Congratulations, Team Keys, on your Splatfest win.
Evil Lucario.
A raccoon standing on two legs like all the cool ones are these days.
Which shop is he running?
Yeah, that's so scary.
He's like a red panda.
Yeah.
You expect him to raise his arms to try to intimidate me.
Shinji16 would like to remind you that you matter, you are valid, and you deserve to be happy.
Clearly, y'all weren't ready for bird lizard facts.
Please,
So
please, Jim Henson, tell me all about their language that you wrote that you're not supposed to understand.
I hate that Some wisdom is beyond our mortal comprehension.
The Super Mim.
Me? I'm already half Karia.
Sarah Lean.
Timothy Pfister finished Trails of Cold Steel 3. Just 2 more 100-hour RPGs to finish before July!
You ain't kidding.
Jesus.
Don't worry, I feel like Reverie is shorter than 3 or 4.
Bearded Joe. Krunglespum. Pleochrome. The hottest woman in Unicorn Overlord so far would be the one who wants me dead, huh?
That sure is a take.
I don't have your Podlord money, and fuck you anyway. What do you mean BioWare is working on Mass Effect 5? You are not counting Andromeda as Mass Effect 4!
That's all we can do. I'm sorry.
All publishers are way too stubborn to be like, everybody fucking hated that one. Let's never mention it again. They even seem to be wanting to tie it into the new real Mass Effect. Not that it matters. That's never coming out.
It's been over 3 months since this cliffhanger. I need to know, Zugoya! Looking forward to it, Chris. Archer. Out of bleach gag, so I'm gonna just gonna have you read Yu-Gi-Oh card names. Red Supernova Dragon. You know, these could have looped by now, and I want to know.
Right? So a bunch of dragons that are red and have different descriptive terms about that.
Good evening. It's March 28th, 2024, and if you can believe it, it is a Thursday once again. Thank you very much to our Podlords.
Thank you, Podlord.
Thank you, Podlords.
Podlords.
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts. You also get extended cut content from other shows we do when indeed such content exists to be given to you. You also help fund a monthly show that alternates either a patron exclusive show where we watch a good thing and talk about it, or a public show where we watch a bad thing and talk about it, and the bad thing has a patron exclusive commentary track. You also get a movie called Isolation 119. This is not a joke. It is actually a movie, a full movie about a man going to Thailand to get a tax write-off. That is an actual movie that you can only get on the GigaBoots podcasting network. That is patreon.com/gbpodcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps us to tell your friends, spread the word, rate us on Thursdays, rate us on your podcasting app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe on YouTube if you're listening to that way right now. Patreon.com/gbpodcast. And please leave us a pot of black coffee in the future and also in the past.
Thank you, Podlord. I don't even like saying this.
Uh-huh.
Here we have news.
Yes. Of
Yeah.
course.
You know what? I'll start off with the most dour news of the week. They announced Metal Hellsinger for VR.
I can't wait to see that trailer 8 times this summer.
So fucked up.
I'm going to just believe
Uh-huh.
there are now video games. If we don't need to talk about Metal Hellsinger every conference.
It's coming to the Quest 2, 3, and Pro, PSVR 2, and Steam. We're going to see it at least 3 shows.
Complete global Metal Hellsinger saturation.
Jesus.
And Akro and I are going to have to play it and do a spoiler cast.
That game was cool. I just couldn't play it because of my inability
Your
to
rhythm disabilities.
Right. So
did you even try Beat Saber?
yes.
Okay. I was wondering because it's not exactly a rhythm game.
Right.
I was curious how you would fare at that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that game seemed neat.
Yeah.
I've seen cooler versions of the exact same thing since, which were more boomer shooter core.
Right.
But I don't know, the VR, that mixes things up. It can change stuff, I believe. Apparently it's sort of leaking that there's some element in the back end of the Steam VR stuff. So before now, I believe it was November, they added support for a thing called theater mode, where say you wanted to play a normal game, but in a VR headset.
Yeah.
So it'd put you in a theater mode like you get on other platforms. There's a thing that's updated on the back end of that now where it's like, what if the game's able to render in 3D? In theater mode.
Huh.
So you're not making a VR game. You're just adding 3D like 3D TVs used to do and the 3DS can do.
Right.
Huh.
That's cool.
So the question is, were it still existing? Because I'm pretty sure Citra got obliterated with the Yuzu stuff, but I'm sure it's still out there. Could that have gotten updated to display in 3D in this theater mode? Applications like that are very interesting. I think this is interesting.
Yeah.
There was a whole era of, someone in chat's bringing it up. There was a whole era where NVIDIA was trying to push 3D monitors with active shutter glasses and like a whole branding behind it that I can't remember the name of. So there's a chance older titles even already have the hooks built into them that could just get, fan community patched to work in 3D in this situation.
Right.
That's pretty interesting.
Right? Like now I'm thinking, oh shit, can I go back and get that unfortunate series of movies that were all filmed in 3D?
Yeah.
Can I watch Drive Angry in my PSVR 2 headset?
Yeah, that's the question. Can we rip a Blu-ray in a format that a VLC player will recognize as a 3D movie and then get VLC to output to said theater screen in proper 3D? Because if so, that's good, because then I won't have to break out the PSVR 1 to watch Avatar 2.
Right.
Because the PSVR 1 allows you to watch 3D Blu-rays, believe it or not. What's wrong, Chris? You okay? You sound...
Just buy one of those 3D Sony TVs, Dan.
No.
What are you, a coward? Are you afraid to own too much useless technology?
One, yes. And that's a good and healthy approach to life. If only the Mister existed sooner, we would own literally 17 fewer consoles, I feel like.
Right.
Something like that. Metal Hellsinger, man. Just stay dead, you fuck.
Right? It's like we're caught in some kind of loop.
Of death.
Oh, no!
Aggro.
Yes,
As
sir.
much as I don't want you to say more words after what you just said, the new segment is now yours.
So, on April 10th, it turns out the summer of gaming is starting in spring. We are getting a show called the Triple I Initiative, which is a bunch of smaller studios. Evil Empire, who made Dead Cells, Megacrit, who made Slay the Spire, Heart Machine, who made Hyperlight Drifter, Ponko, who made Vampire Survivors, Red Hook Studios, who made Darkest Dungeon, A44, who are making Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. Like, they're all getting together to do their own show, which they have described as a no-nonsense digital showcase featuring blockbuster indie titles, all streamed in under 1 hour to respect players and studios' time. No hosting segments, no advertising, no sponsorships, no extra fluff, just games.
Cool. Neat.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, sounds like a good time.
You know what would really help this, though?
What
if we got 2 voice actors to host it? And in between each game, they made very funny jokes.
That'd be great.
I am going to put you in some sort of loop if you suggest anything like that again.
I was really scared when I read this news because they called it Triple I Initiative.
Yeah.
And Triple I is typically what indie devs do when they're about to explode.
The only game I've ever heard described as Triple I is fucking Hellblade, and it immediately killed that studio and forced them to be bought up by Microsoft.
No, it was Heckin' Poggers, and it sold really well, and it was a great success, so they were bought by Microsoft.
It sold so well, and then they came out and said, oh, it actually didn't sell as well as we said we did. We literally fucking lied.
Weird that they hide the budgets on all of these games that are being developed nowadays.
Yeah, it's so strange that such a common occurrence is for a publisher to rush out and say, this game sold extremely well. We're really happy with how it sold. Anybody saying it didn't sell well, even though it reviewed badly, is stupid. It did fine. And then 6 months later, it's like we lost $100 million on that and shut down the studio. Like what happened with Saints Row: The Saints Row. Like we're gonna find out, motherfucker. You're gonna do the thing you have to do regardless.
Bob,
Yeah.
the news floor is now yours for you to explain why this tiny man is here back
Just
here.
hiding behind Chris.
This guy. Who the hell is that?
Man, Chris even hides the sword so no one could even guess. Like, nobody. Hellgate Redemption was announced. Based in the same IP as Hellgate London. It's being worked on by Bill Roper, who created the original Hellgate London. He formed a studio back in 2022 called Lunacy Games to do this.
Ooh.
But yeah, he was also producer on Diablo 2, and StarCraft. So
Yeah.
he's a classic Blizzard guy who left a long time ago
Yeah.
to make Hellgate. They're using UE5 and as many pre-made things as they can to make this go as smoothly as they can.
Smart.
That's what they said. And that
Pro
lot
tip, use one rock for the whole game. Just turn it and shove it into the ground and make it big or small.
But yeah, the quote from him is even something about, I felt like I had unfinished business with this IP. That's why it's called Redemption, at least for the prototype name.
Cool.
It's like, okay, that could be neat,
Yeah, I'm excited for it because I'm a rube and I was excited for Hellgate London the first time.
right? That game should have been good.
Why should I change now?
They even said, it was one of the first games to have something you would now call a battle pass. I'm like, that's probably not something that you'd be proud of.
An innovator in the space. What was the space?
like-
Nazi science. Oh, that's not.
That just makes me think of that. Once again, I am thinking of the old Akewood comic where it just comes out of nowhere. It just comes out of nowhere. Someone says, I just found the guy who invented Comic Sans. And then it just cuts to all of them, like every single character, like leaping over couches and jumping to action to go lynch this guy.
This is unreal.
Yeah, I can't believe we're hearing about a new Hellgate project in 2024.
I meant to bring this up in my news segment. GamesIndustry.biz has an interview with the guy from Time Splitters, the original team, head of the studio, basically back then, talking about the development on the new one and how that was going. And he talked about how the video that leaked was a very old build, and the most recent version of it was not anything like Fortnite.
Oh.
That was just as was leaked elsewhere. Something they did to stealth along for the beginning part of development to get enough money and assets done to be like, oh, hey, look how fast and easy it is to make a single player level.
God.
We did it in 3 months. So anyways, he talked a lot about the development of it and various other aspects. And he was like, yeah, we had a lot of fresh blood on this. We had a lot of fresh blood when we first made Time Splitters. It was actually very similar as a studio in comparison to that. We want to make it kind of fresh and get a younger perspective on it. It was a lot of people straight out of university working on it. It was all interesting. A lot of people who wanted to stay, maybe who would want to theoretically stay more faithful to the original, would probably be against us adding a jump because those games did not let you jump.
Yeah.
And he's like, and I can't imagine that would be a good thing to do now.
No.
No one has ever liked when a thing was this tall and they couldn't get over it because they can't jump in a video game.
Right.
It has never been good. Then he talked about a bunch of other stuff about it and how he's done. He's done. He's done trying. He's done trying to get Time Splitters made. And I just went, man, sure would be cool.
Thanks, Embracer.
It sure would be cool if I was an insanely rich person who could just fund a Time Splitters.
Right.
Sure.
But if you were an insanely rich person, you wouldn't have a soul, so you wouldn't want to fund anything anymore. You just want to have more things in your bank account.
I would like to believe that the moment you win the lottery, you don't experience metempsychosis. I would like to believe
the lottery is the only way you don't.
Yeah.
Because you understand that the lottery, nobody wins the lottery and thinks they earned it.
You know what? I'll just DM the creator. Here's what we'll do, okay? I'll DM the creator and be like, how much do you think it would cost? Oh, that much. Okay. Then I'll go to our Wave 5 goal list.
Oh my god.
And the final one will be $80 million. Make a new low-budget time splitters.
Wow.
You have invented direct marketing crowdsourcing. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Oh no, I'm an innovator in Nazi science! How does it keep happening?
God.
Flop swap's not enough, Dan.
No. It's never enough.
But yeah, that was a very insightful interview. That's over at gamesindustry.biz, talking about the new time splitters that is dead now. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
I figured that had a lot of energy to the Hellgate redemption thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, hopefully it doesn't meet the same fate. I don't know if this guy's actually
I don't know where the
secretly
funding
under.
is coming from for this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, luckily we've had some experience with some studios maybe going private on funding to avoid really stupid situations. We'll talk about that later, though.
It's going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, I feel like it's really funny that the publishers have proven themselves so insanely inept that all of these studios will just start getting direct funding.
Right? It's just like, no, we need to get out of this relationship. It is just bad.
Like, literally all they do is fuck things up there. Bob, what's your other news, though?
V Rising, that vampire Diablo-like thing that we saw at various shows, is getting a crossover with Castlevania.
Oh.
May 8th. You're going to be able to fight Simon Belmont.
Oh, that's cool.
And they're going to have a DLC or a cosmetic pack for character customization items, a horse, and some music.
Oh, that's cool. Worth noting, that is the game that is not secretly, to scare the ever-loving shit out of me, a Blood Omen game.
Right, surprisingly not. We got to hear more about Guilty Gear Strive this week. They teased the next character for Season Pass 3. Which is probably Slayer. Like they put a bunch of bats out. And that was the teaser. I'm like, okay, that's basically only one guy. And then they also said that they announced a season 4 is happening.
Cool.
So get ready.
Okay.
For more characters.
Everybody loves Strive. They seem like it.
Just doing
Look,
the
it sold a lot because it came out during COVID and was the first major fighting game to have rollback netcode. They're going to ride that as long as they can because I'm sure that they understand the next Guilty Gear ain't selling nearly as much as Strive.
Right.
We got our once in a lifetime lottery ticket on this one.
Skullgirl's also released the Skullgirl, Maria. You can play as her now.
They finally put the Skullgirl in Skullgirls?
They did.
When are they going to put a second one so the title fits?
Don't worry
When are they
going to
make a second fucking game so I have to stop hearing about this game? I'm never going to boot again.
Never.
Right.
I know the real answer is the real answer is Future Club will be shut down in 6 months somehow with the current state of the industry.
Oh God, Jesus.
Hopefully they're working on something else stealthily and just we're going to hear about that after these are out. Hopefully. I don't expect another fighting game though.
Dan, you might need to spawn me again. I think something's going wrong here.
If you observe the cat boy. Oh, shit!
But Dan, I'm not an observer.
Wait.
There we go.
There we go. It's okay. We considered all co-hosts for slow motion.
We had images leak of a new Xbox Series X model. It's all digital and white.
Oh, so it's exactly like that leak that happened a while ago that showed it was a cylinder and it had a new design at all?
No, it's now the exact same model they currently have, but with no disk drive.
I mean, this is better. Like, I'm willing to bet money that they were like, that either one, that was just a thing for internals and they never intended to be round, or they got to the production part and said, this is fucking stupid. Why do we want it to be round?
Hey, I know where you're at. What you're saying is correct, and you think you're smart, but I'm going to grab you by the hand, take you to a used game store, and show you the 360 shelf, and ask you to point out which one doesn't have component. Because this Xbox situation is a nightmare.
Dan, nobody's buying them anyway. Nobody is buying Xbox Series anyway. Their sales are fucking zero.
Oh no!
This
if
isn't
anything,
gonna move the needle at all.
If anything, this being the actual final execution of their grand ambition to just making cylindrical is fucking just take out the hole. Is the most condemning. God, they have given up.
Imagine somebody's gonna get one of these and they're gonna find out this drive's still in there. They just covered it.
Oh my God, that would be unreal.
Apparently this is explicitly gonna be cheaper, to which I say, nobody sells your shit for retail price anymore anyway, because they all have huge stock. Who's gonna carry this? Who are you going to convince who already have a non-moving stock of Series S's and Series X's to who's gonna carry this?
It's getting bad. It's getting really bad for Microsoft out there. If only some smart, brave, and handsome podcast co-host warned us about this for exactly 3 years and 4 months.
You know what? I'm just going to do Microsoft now because I have a Microsoft thing.
You're going to do them? What?
And Bob has another one, so I guess we'll just get this out of the way now. Let me go pull up the
you're going to do your Microsoft news. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, before we move to that, this is apparently going to have a better heatsink.
Oh, yeah. But what the fuck does...
Right? Who cares?
One, no, that doesn't make sense. My Series X is dissipating the heat. What you might mean is it generates less heat, which means it's a different chip, which isn't the heatsink's thing. What the fuck do you mean it has a better heatsink? It already has a vapor chamber. Fuck you. This literally makes no sense.
Oh, by the way, Dan, we keep having the debate, what can the PS6 fix? It cannot heat half my room. That would be a nice change of pace. Whenever I go to the bathroom when I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I walk directly by the shelf, the PS5s. I'm like, why the fuck is it so hot for these 2 steps?
Meanwhile, it's so cold where I am. I'm like, I wish the PS5 was closer to me. Because it's not
that is
carrying
one thing
over
that they
here.
could fix.
Yeah, but the only way they could fix that is by literally using less wattage, which means they have to make a less powerful console in at least one dimension. And I think this is just where we're sticking it from here on out. I think we're just sticking with near 300 watts. But Bob's thing is technically relevant also because it's Game Pass. Your last bit of news?
Oh, yeah, I mean, the last 2 are. But
okay. But yeah, Chris, if you want to just get yours out of the way, then we can.
So GDC happened recently, and according to some people at GDC, Xbox isn't doing so fucking hot. So in Europe last year, Xbox sales fell 27% year over year. That's pretty bad.
For year 3, that's a nightmare.
What do you think
That's a
Sony's
lot.
year over year change was? I want some guesses. Dan, Europe only.
I'm going to say up by 15%.
Bob.
Down by 5%.
Aggro.
I'm thinking up by 7.
Up by 376%.
Are you serious?
Up by 376%. Because they had been focusing most of their stock on America for the first couple of years because they had the chip shortage, and last in 2023 was the year they were just like, we're through it, ship it everywhere. So
I wonder why no one's buying the Xbox.
Oh, Microsoft also has a shortage of reasons to buy an Xbox.
Apparently, like, people at big companies are like, why are we supporting the Xbox?
Yeah.
Why are we even supporting it? We don't sell games. They make us do 2 SKUs. Third parties are apparently literally telling Xbox, the market for us is PS5 and PC. You got to give us a reason to ship on your box.
Yeah.
What a wild concept.
To be clear, this fate has been determined from the moment they shipped a new console with no games. That is why I was in such a depressive fugue state over the state of the Series X when it came out. because it was so obvious they're never going to try again.
Yeah, even the small stuff like that one indie developed game that they showed up, originally announced it at an Xbox event, and now it changed publishers and they're like, yeah, we're not on Game Pass. We're not even on Xbox at launch.
Yeah. That
a lot of this is coming from Christopher Dring, who is editor of gamesindustry.biz. Another thing he's reporting from this GDC thing is Microsoft starting internally to pull away from Game Pass. They're like, we can't focus on it as much. We can't be spending money on these deals. It doesn't move. Our numbers are going down.
You have ruined your ecosystem and the strength of your platform and your ability to negotiate through the marketplace for 7 years to then finally realize something that doesn't make money.
That actively makes you less money.
Dan, if they got 150 million Game Pass subs, they would make money. So
it would be infinite money.
Yeah, it would be infinite money. They would be making, $1 billion a month.
And to be fair, if you look at the numbers when they started Game Pass and subscriptions were going up, there was no way to know that those numbers wouldn't keep going up by that much forever. I mean, it's not like there are physical limitations in a universe that's made of like matter.
Their plan was so transparently, we're going to trick people into buying a Series X, and now they will be sealed in the Xbox ecosystem. Turns out nobody fucking wants that Series S shit. They did for the first 2 years because you engineered a situation where it was most of what you were making.
Mm-hmm.
It was never real. It was entirely fake. You gaslit yourself, and now you're doomed. Dring also added, I would expect every fucking Xbox thing to come to other platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they need to make money. Did you know you can't acquire billions dollars worth of companies and not make money? Especially when money's real again.
Yeah, I think Phil Spencer for the first time admitted that they're not making money.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Phil Spencer also said, Xbox isn't profitable. That's why I had to lay off 1,900 people. It wasn't profitable because we spent $80 billion in acquisitions.
Wow.
It's okay, though, because they turned around and fired the people they just bought. Wait.
Oh, yeah, they got to replace them with contractors who are. It's impossible to have experience.
I'm sure that Call of Duty will definitely ship on time, mostly outsourced.
Oh, God. If the one condition where I think they might fire Phil Spencer is if a Call of Duty slips, and it's like they don't get that bump for a whole fiscal year.
Uh-huh.
They have to see a $1.5 billion hole in their financials.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to cause some shit.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
We had other Game Pass related things.
We did. Apparently, developers also at GDC, people who worked on Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon, both mentioned stuff about, big deals for getting on Game Pass exclusively and getting on Epic Games exclusively aren't happening anymore. Like, they are not getting huge payouts anymore from those deals.
What? If only someone could have said something like this 4 years ago on a gaming podcast.
Yeah, these, guys, did you not give Netflix or anybody money for their information? Did you have no source for these how consumers behave on streaming platforms? People are just going to buy 1 month of Game Pass, buy a thing, play a thing you put on it, and then cancel Game Pass. If they do it at all, if they're even on your platform, which most people aren't.
We dealt with 4 fucking years of us pointing out, no, gaming is not built different from all these other streaming platforms. Here's how the metrics work out for that. Here's how the financials work out. It's not sustainable, and it's extra not sustainable in the realm of video games because of how much they cost and how long they take to consume.
Mm-hmm.
People who watch a lot of TV watch way more different things on Netflix than a gamer plays different games on a console in any given span of time. Like in a month, we have already watched more things even though our job is to play video games.
Yeah.
Then we have played different video games.
It's just how it is.
As it turns out, when your video games are 180 and 60 hours long, you sure can't find anything on Netflix to binge that is that long.
No.
You could binge all of Friends.
I bet All of Friends is shorter than Yakuza Like a Dragon, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Unicorn Overlord individually, easily.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Video games are so fucking long. It's frustrating because we dealt with for years people being like source, and I'm like, fucking math,
Right, just-
science, gravity,
physics.
reality.
If you drop something, it falls to the ground. Source.
Right? Pattern recognition is not a fucking superpower.
Right.
It seemingly is. The
Yeah,
thing
I'm
we
sorry,
have learned
no,
the
no,
most
no.
doing this podcast is that being able to recognize a pattern seemingly is a superpower. for
We
most
got
people.
a number in chat. Friends in total is 86 and a half hours. So Like a Dragon Infinite is longer than it. So is
Jesus.
Persona 3, I think.
I had one more Phil Spencer thing.
Okay, let's go for it.
He did another one of those interviews where he just makes something up on the spot and people ran an article about it.
Well, of course, it's going to get them clicks. Why wouldn't they
Yes.
empower this man's ability to lie to people in order to get clicks? What did he
So
say,
it'd be
Bob?
really cool if PC game storefronts like Epic Games and itch.io came to Xbox.
Now, is he just making shit up? Or did he look at the European Union telling Apple that you got to let other fucking things on your storefront and realize, oh shit, that's going to come to consoles? They're going to force consoles to do that
I
too.
bet he's not thinking of that because Microsoft walks into every room assuming they can just get what they want because they're Microsoft. That's why this whole gen isn't going well for them. I bet this has something to do with that stupid PC Xbox we're expecting in 2 years.
Right. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Where he's like, oh, it's going to be great. And then we could tightly integrate it and it'd be good. And we get a cut of that. And they would spend all the money on marketing. And then we would just get to collect money. It's like,
And then
Itch-
the box will
itch.io
cost
is gonna spend all
$1,500, and then they'll never sell a single fucking unit.
why don't you have the latest Xbox? Well, bro, I don't have $1,200. Yeah.
One more tiny little Phil Spencer thing. He's just going around liking tweets on Twitter about a portable Xbox, like they have to pretend that exists. And I keep telling people, what fucking games is it going to play, bro? They can't make a portable Series S. They can't.
Yeah, the CPU requirements are way too high.
What are they going to have a third SKU nobody's going to support? Now you have to run fucking ship on 3 different SKUs to ship on Xbox. Third party support will go from bad to 0.
Yeah. No, they're already at risk.
Yeah, I can't
Phil
believe.
Spencer's like, our third party support's pretty bad, but is it Wii U bad? We can get there.
We could do that.
I'm
Oh,
willing
man.
to bet money that probably after Visions of Mana, we never fucking see a Square Enix release on Xbox again.
I would imagine, yeah. Speaking of Visions of Mana, I hear you have some news.
Yes, I do. We'll just start with Visions of Mana.
Thank you.
There was a big breakdown, a bunch of Visions of Mana stuff today. There was a trailer. They told us a lot.
Yeah, they did.
The class system from Trials of Mana has returned. So you'll be able to swap classes, and it'll have like, seems like it's gonna have the tree from Trials of Mana where it's like you do this and this, and then those combine to become this advanced class. It went through all the party members. One of them is behind Dan.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him in the box art stuff they released immediately, and I'm like, yo, look at the princely cat boy.
They also said like the point of the game is you're going to be getting these elemental vessels, which will give you classes and also like overworld abilities to do exploration.
Ooh.
The examples they gave was like you could use the earth one to make steps to get up to a place, or use the wind one to make currents to make your jump bigger to get to a place. And they implied there would be multiple solutions to the way some of these places you could get to them. So it might have like minor, like non-linear Breath of the Wild type structure where it's like you can use these elemental powers however you want to get to this thing.
I'm so excited for this game.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
This game looks so perfect
did
in
you s-
every way.
Did you see that the Catboy has one of the classes where he holds an extra knife in his tail? So he's got 3 knives.
Fucking God. I don't see a world where this isn't my game of the year.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
The trailers they put out are so good. Everything looks immaculate and gorgeous and cute, and they have the fucking first boss from Secret of Mana remade in a modern fidelity, and I'm like, holy shit. And this shit will undoubtedly be on the Switch too, so I get to pop off at it again whenever that happens.
Yeah, the RPG site, I think, put up an interview with the director, one of the big Mana guys today, and they're like, why isn't it on the Switch? And he basically said, we're waiting for the Switch too. Like, he didn't literally say that, but let's
be real. You think there's a world where they're going to put it on Xbox and not the Switch too? You're insane. There's no world in which that happens. God, yeah, it looks so good.
They Marvel Rivals, a 6v6 free-to-play Overwatch clone, was announced, made by the devs of Diablo Immortal. It has Galacta in it. If you don't know who Galacta is, she is the daughter of Galactus from a gag comic made by Adam Warren, the artist of Empowered, the indie comic Empowered, and if you've seen people like posting comics from an old gaming magazine of Raiden where he looks like real MGS2 Raiden, where he like a Raiden. Raiden or
no,
Raiden? It's
Raiden.
Like fucking Mortal Kombat. Say it right. If you've ever seen like those where he looks like really sexualized, but it's also somehow homophobic, that's also Adam Warren.
They're like, haha, you can see his cheeks real well, and his lips are pouty, and his eyelashes, and you're like, okay, cool. And he's like, why aren't you laughing?
It's funny, right? Here, I'm gonna kiss him on the mouth a little bit. You'll laugh then.
Fine, if you didn't think that was funny, check out this mod I installed for Final Fantasy VII. It's hilarious.
Some artists, some like industry artists were on Twitter being like, yeah, these people ripped me off. NetEase ripped me off on this one.
That's insane.
They were like, we want to hire you to work on this game, but we're going to need you to do an art test for like 4 weeks. And they kept giving them more and more specific feedback on the art.
Oh my God.
Until they realized, oh, they're just ripping me off. And then they never fucking got paid for anything. This has also apparently been in development since COVID.
Yeah, the concept alone is like, what year is it? I didn't think we'd do just straight Overwatch clone in 2024.
Please be excited for the $75 fucking costumes, considering this is a NetEase game and all their games are to shake you down.
On paper, I should really like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I think that statement colors the entire picture.
I do think it's funny where a lot of the character choices are very funny, because first of all, there's Galacta, who the fuck knows who Galacta is but me.
Yeah.
And they have like Magic with a K, who is an X-Men character.
I thought
she's
that
like
was
the
the
redhead
kid
with
from
a sword.
I thought that was the kid from Orphan.
Jesus.
But they very clearly picked specific. They like Overwatchified Marvel characters and picked obscure ones that they could more easily Overwatchify, which I think is pretty funny. And they have like fucking Penny Parker in there with Ava Unit 2 with spider limbs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and the Spider-Man is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal.
Weird.
Yeah.
He's doing a way more goofy voice than he does in the Insomniac games, though.
There's like a few X-Men characters in there, and all I could think is, man, I would be more excited if this was just X-Men.
What X-Men characters did they have?
It had Storm.
Okay.
And then that one Chris mentioned, I think that's it.
Magic. They showed, let me see who they showed, because they showed like one chunk of characters, and then at the end, a bunch of people, like they showed the second team of 6v6. Let's see, they got Magneto in there.
Okay.
For some reason, I can't just find a fucking list of these characters, even though there was Namor, the submariner, who who was in one MCU teaser, and then the actor got in trouble. So who the fuck knows what's happening with him? But looks like the trailer showed Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Groot, Hulk, Iron Man, Loki, Luna Snow. I don't know who that is. Magic, Magneto, Mantis, Namor, Penny Parker, Rocket Raccoon, Scarlet Witch, Spider-Man, Storm, Star-Lord, and the Punisher. The Punisher? Really?
Hey, at least there are any that aren't in the MCU films. As your list continued, I'm like, man, these are overrepresented in the films. Like, you're too afraid to put in Gambit. You're too afraid to. Colossus wasn't even in that list.
No.
Okay,
Like, these are surefire, like, people to put in. Why didn't
Lunar Snow is like for real recent. She's like in the past 5 years, and it's not shocking she's in here because she's like, we need a hot Korean girl in a Marvel comic.
Is she X-Man or is she regular Marvel?
Is she regular, man?
I don't know.
Is she X-Man or Ordinary Man?
The comic she was introduced in is called War of the Realms: New Agents of Atlas. So I have no fucking idea if she's okay. She is not an X-Man. She was given powers by Advanced Idea Mechanics. That is the organization that MODOK should run, but they decided to put him in Quantumania instead of making him a normal villain.
Oh. I found it really funny. They have the character archetype under each one of these portraits. So the offense one is a fist.
Yeah.
So it was really funny to see a bunch of the characters with a fist under them, but then the Hulk didn't. I don't know what his attribute was, but he was not the punching one.
I guess he's a tank.
Did Greg Pak create Silk? Somebody in chat tell me if Greg Pak created Silk. Because his ass is never beating the allegations if he did.
People are saying Silk is Dan Slott.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, let's move on to other news. The Stellar Blade demo is out tomorrow, the 29th.
Dope.
Woo.
I'll be too busy playing Superman 64.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
So this isn't really news.
Okay.
I saw a completely fake rumor on Twitter that was obviously a fake, no source, 1,000 follower verified account because they just paid money to the Twitter version of Kratos Gaming.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the rumor was that Apple's getting ready to buy Sony.
My God.
We're getting ready to buy PlayStation from Sony. And the only reason it stuck with me is they said Apple is going to rename the PlayStation brand to Game Master.
When I went in here and you had blocked out the text like a redacted CIA document.
Right.
Game Master. Highlighted it so I could be mentally prepared for this. And motherfucker, I thought you were going to tell me today that a Captain Endgame was rumored by some dipshit.
We all have to prepare ourselves that the Captain N revival is coming.
I think Nintendo's
the success of the Mario movie.
No. Oh no.
After the success of the Mario movie, it's gonna happen.
No!
It could be a real kid and with CG characters.
I don't know if I feel like some streaming slop is the most likely one.
Oh, no.
But it's gonna happen. We all have to make peace. We have to make peace with it now.
It's so terrible. The
like
worst
they have
part,
the Joy-Cons now, it can slot onto his belt.
The worst part is it will be a timepiece. So whether it's through time travel or just being a historical thing, it will still take place in the 80s. So a lot of the movies just like, whoa, the 80s, remember that? Oh my God.
But yeah, I'm excited to buy the Apple Game Master once they complete their buyout of PlayStation.
What a stupid rumor.
Yeah.
Like, sure, Apple could buy Sony or part of Sony or whatever. I don't know Sony management well enough to be like, Japan probably wouldn't. Like a Japanese corporation is less inclined to just be like, we sold a huge chunk of ourselves to
Right.
a Western company.
Like the Japanese government doesn't like foreign powers buying their big companies anyway.
You
so they
could have
might
stopped
be like,
that foreign powers. They might be wise to maybe dislike foreign powers. But yeah, I imagine there's probably some laws against that. But even larger, why would they buy PlayStation and then rebrand it?
Right? Like, that makes no sense.
That's so dumb.
Take-Two has purchased Gearbox from Embracer for $460 million. That's roughly a third of what they were acquired by Embracer for.
How'd the casino go, Jack?
Right.
Where's our money?
Where are your pants? Why are you wearing that barrel?
Has there been a phone call for me from Saudi Arabia?
No, Jack. Why would you ask such a specific question in the state you're currently in?
I'll be right back.
Pulls the slot machine, dust comes out.
So, yeah. I bet Take-Two's happy because now they entirely own Borderlands. And the studio that makes it. When they didn't before, they just published it.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's the journey that Pitchford's company's been on.
I want to know what happens to Pitchford because he was removed from Gearbox and given a position in Embracer.
Uh-huh.
I need to know if Take-Two is going to be like, yeah, I guess you can come be involved in Gearbox again. Or there's like, we despise you. Be gone. I hope this somehow gets the Borderlands movie canceled.
Oh, I need to see it.
Yeah, this also means they own like Duke Nukem entirely, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. I need to check what IPs specifically.
Yeah, that whole situation's so weird.
Right.
Because there's been a lot of cases where Gearbox is like, yes, or not Gearbox, but Embracer was like, yeah, we're selling these people, but we're keeping certain franchises.
Man, it was really cool, and Embracer threw us off their trail by letting people ship games
Right.
of a moderate scope for a really long time, but that was just a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they are. This includes Borderlands, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, Homeworld, Risk of Rain, Brothers in Arms, and Duke Nukem.
Okay.
Cool. Maybe we'll see.
Embracer retains Gearbox Publishing San Francisco, who published Remnant, Cryptic Studios, who make Star Trek Online, Lost Boys Interactive, who did support on Tiny Tina's Wonderland and Diablo 4, and Captured Dimensions, a 3D scanning company who help with mocap shit.
Their own visual arts group.
Huh. You wrote in here, or maybe you got messed up.
No, he wrote it.
Okay, 3D Canon Company. I was like,
yeah.
Bob was really excited to hear explained how some wing of Gearbox has just been making cans via 3D printers for years, and we didn't know. They're trying to get it off the ground like Funkos. No.
Yeah, Embracer's really just. Hey, Limited Run, you guys better be going and trying to find some investor to save your ass. Because Embracer just ain't gonna exist in a year. Like when you're selling off the divisions that make the most money because you can't afford to support them until the next big chunk of money arrives.
It's not going great.
It is not.
God, hopefully things work out okay under Take-Two for Gearbox.
I'm sure it'll probably be fine. I've never known Take-Two to just be a disastrous publisher for the games they do.
Take-Two is one of the publishers who was like, we knew that COVID would end.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty funny when they said that, and people were like, oh, what? They're like, yeah.
Are you sober or something? That doesn't seem right.
Sony is announcing community game help.
Oh, that sounds cool. What is it?
It is a feature launching later this year, which is basically crowdsourced version of the game tips that currently exist within the OS. They will basically be like, you can tell people how to get through this, and you can opt in to have the game, like whenever you successfully do something, it might record it and then upload it to the server, and then a moderator will go through and tell it whether or not it's useful to the community and put it up there.
Huh.
I'm I'm sorry to any game journalists if this catches on and cuts the throat of the only way you're keeping your site open. I'm extra sorry if Sony fanboys just rip off your guides and upload them to this functionality.
I find this really bizarre because while I understand Sony doesn't have a group who makes these guides, it's on publishers to do that and developers, and obviously their time is tight enough.
Right.
I'm frustrated that the thing I ostensibly am paying for with PlayStation Plus, the price of which went up, is not being actually made by anyone other than other me's.
Right. Like, it seems
well, they will moderate
ridiculous.
it. They're paying to moderate it, maybe. They say
based on which Twitch streams have popped up underneath the game. It's like, hey, check this out. It's this game. And I'm like, that's tits. I'm not so sure.
The game health features in general, like, if they were going to launch that program, they should have just a giant team to support it.
Right. I mean, it should be like the Nintendo tip hotline from back in the day.
Right. Also, does anyone use it?
I have used it in the past.
Right.
A couple times.
Maybe
in
people
3+
start
years.
using it.
Yeah,
I can see a world where it would be useful.
Yeah, there's a good chance that if they make it correctly, hyper-specific guides could be uploaded. You know, like how to properly grind for blank and whatever. Whereas the current guides are really like, you're playing through the story? Okay, here's how you do this exact segment. And I think I used it in Stray. I think Stray was a game I used it in, but I'm not sure. Let's see. We got people in chat saying I used it for certain collectibles in Spider-Man 2, and then the feature broke on me. The videos would refuse to play. God.
That's sure the story of the PS5 OS. It's sad that I have to be like, well, yeah, it's broken, but it's broken on all the features that aren't immediately apparent, unlike the Xbox OS, which is broken on multiple base features that are in your face.
Look, it's wrong of you to assert that quick resume shouldn't just break your game while you're gone. Also, I do want to say the one feature that is important that the PS5 is totally borked on is the storage management. That shit should work better. They're going to be like, oh, on the PS5 it does. Or PS5 Pro it does. And I'm like, well, shit. What the fuck?
Fuck you, piece of shit.
Stupid motherfucking RA reaching for wallet.
So you guys both watched Blue Velvet?
Yeah.
Do either of you think that when Mike's DeClassa starts doing his "fuck you, you fuck," you think that's just a reference to the bad guy in Blue Velvet?
Maybe. I bet Mike's DeClassa had to see Dennis Hopper in that movie just because Jay was around him, and you know Jay Bauman's a huge David Lynch fan.
Right.
It is entirely possible. He's entirely possible that dude is just channeling that all the time. As a person who often says certain phrases and things in hyper-specific ways to reference 18-year-old internet videos. Yeah, I'd buy it. Speaking of which, we just subjected Spiff to all of Kageto-kun, so he's now enlightened. He's like, I just wanted to watch the Mega Man cartoon.
Bad news. Time for bad news.
Oh, no.
Wait, there was not bad news?
Sega has cut 240 jobs from its European divisions, most of which from Creative Assembly, who made Alien Isolation, all the Total War games, and Hyenas, that shit they canceled before it came out. I feel like nobody has liked the last couple Total War games. Like, they've been really egregiously monetized. And rough, so I feel that if you work there, if you still work there after the most recent thing is a layoff, maybe start looking for another job now. Because I feel like I don't understand what's like we cut 80% of the students. Like, okay, what do you have left that they can do?
Oh, they're going to work support on Hyenas.
It just pops up the Halo Reach thing. Survive.
Some of them were from Hardlight, which is the team making that Sonic Dream Team mobile thing, but apparently that was a very small amount of people.
Oh yeah, I still haven't played that. I forgot what it was called.
Meaning to play that too. Only there was a month we could play that during.
they have divested Relic Entertainment to a private investor. They made Company Heroes 3 and Age of Empires 4, and they were owned by Sega for 11 years and THQ before that. I feel like part of this Western game crash is going to be no Japanese company has any Western divisions. Like, they have no Western studios at all.
It does seem to be trending that way. In fact, I'm kind of racking my brain to come up with Japanese companies that still own.
Sega is the only one who still does. I think Capcom got rid of all theirs. Square Enix got rid of all theirs. By the way, I wonder what's going to fucking happen to Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal. Their asses aren't sticking around at Embrace for much longer.
No.
They're either going to Microsoft or Amazon.
Yeah, I guess Nintendo's the one, right? That's them. Retro Studios, Next Level Games. That's it. They're like the only one other than Sega.
Yeah, and Sony, but
I forgot that those technically count.
Right,
Yeah, Sony's headquarters are in California now, so they fucking
Right, yeah. I find we have divested from Relic Entertainment in my head. It's the girl who escapes the basement in the horror movie and just runs.
Right.
The press release the next day with Leatherface, where he's just like, "We've divested the girl we trapped in our basement." Like, what?
But yeah, just I don't know. It's got to be pretty hard to manage a studio through a language barrier. So it's not surprising me that on the macro scale, almost all this shit has failed. Like, what did we get out of the Capcom ones? Operation Raccoon City?
Dead Rising.
The Dead Rising 2, 3, and 4, the only one of which anybody ever liked at all was 2, and even then only kinda.
Right.
Lost Planet 3.
Dark Void.
Wait.
No.
Lost Planet 3
is Spark Unlimited. And I don't know who made Dark Void,
contracted
actually.
it.
They did.
Man, we're finally at the end of Keiji Inafune's spell, where it's like, you must have American, like English speakers make your games.
Yeah, okay.
No, you shouldn't.
Spark Unlimited is, in fact, LA. Okay.
They just feel like a studio that should be in some European
Eastern
country you've never
European
heard.
country, yeah.
And finally, Earthblade, the game by the developers of Celeste, has been delayed indefinitely. It was supposed to be out this year.
Well, I hope that's good for the development and not bad for the development.
Right.
It doesn't surprise me they're having a little bit of trouble, because a Metroidvania is a lot more complex than Celeste was. Like,
Right.
while I love Celeste, it is a fantastic game with amazing music. It's a pretty mechanically simple game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, it's just these relatively simple platforming challenges. Difficult, but it's still pretty obvious what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, you can't... A Metroidvania is almost a completely different beast.
Right. Yeah, of course. The scale and interactivity and stuff is completely different.
Like, in the way level design has to work and progression and all this has to be all different.
Mm-hmm.
And they might have just gotten silly and been like, oh, it's way too big.
Nah.
Yeah,
No one would ever do that. Where's Silk Song, by the way?
I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure we'll hear about it this year for sure. Next Nintendo Direct, they'll be like, "Oh, here's Silk Song. It's coming." They definitely didn't have to switch the entire fucking game over to Godot because of fucking John Riccatello.
They show up at E3 and they're like, "And we have the severed head of John Riccatello." They hold it up by the hair, and it's like a fucking a gorgon, so it just turns the crowd into fucking stone. Jesus. His eyes are glowing in the same style the God of War games did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is one more little thing. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 announced it's going into a new arc of DLC.
What?
The Future Saga, which is more of the the Dragon Ball Heroes plot. But there's going to be 4 downloadable content chapters. We need to like at some point we need to go through. Here's all the service games that have lived and died inside the support of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2.
Good lord.
Yeah, I thought that the final nail would be this new game that's in the style more like Xenoverse. Because that was already more Tenkaichi like.
Uh-huh.
Well, that doesn't
But
have
no.
that doesn't have the infinite character building and raids and grinding.
No.
God, how crazy. That
That's-
game just will not die.
That doesn't let you fight Fu, who like turns into a Dragon Quest villain at one point.
Every time he says the name of a hyper obscure Dragon Ball character, I'm like, shut up, that ain't real. No.
Let me post
No.
a picture of Dark King Fu, I think is
No,
his name,
no,
when
that's-
he achieves that form.
You can't trick me. I stopped falling for fake Dragon Ball characters a long time ago.
Oh no, I'm sorry, they're all real now. Now that they have Dragon Ball Heroes, they're all real now, Dan. Anyway, here is Dark King Fu.
Great.
Nah. Not great. I'm going to confirm not great. I don't. You're telling me this motherfucker's a Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Uh,
He is the son of the two main time breakers from the first Xenoverse game and also Xenoverse 2. God, what are their names?
What?
They are from the Dark Empire. What are their fucking Toa? Yeah, Toa and
Mira.
yeah, Toa and Mira. He is the son of Toa and Mira.
Bob,
Yeah.
I noticed he's got a bit of baby on his face, like a little bit of baby, like weird patterning. You know, you ever see baby Vegeta?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That mean anything? Do all the time breakers have weird face stuff going on, or?
I really feel like at some point we have to do the Dan and Bob watch the compilation of every Dragon Ball Heroes trailer.
My God.
God, what a nightmare! I would
like, who the
experience
fuck
ego
are
death
these
so
characters?
quickly.
Why is there evil gold metal cooler with a glowing red Sans Undertale eye?
I really
God.
feel bad for our audience. They're saying he looks like Jin Karia.
What?
I can't help but feel responsible
come
for that.
on.
But like, I don't. It's just white hair.
It's it's not even like spiked up. It's gelled back. It's different.
The face stuff's up here, not down there on the chin.
I'm gonna have to explain to Bob about the major demon characters: poutine, gravy, and salsa.
Guys.
Great. I'm so excited.
So tomorrow we're playing Superman 64, followed up with a cocktail of Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. I hear on Saturday Chris is streaming.
Silent Hill 2. I'll get to finally see Pyramid Head in a context other than he is the mascot of Silent Hill.
Or maybe.
Nope, that's the wrong one. I was meaning to drop in the other Pod Lord. There we go. Looking forward to it, Chris. Anyways, Aggro, what are you up to in the next week?
I'm gonna keep marathoning through Unicorn Overlord and possibly transcend my mortal form.
Ooh,
Nice.
nice. That's going to do it for this episode of Big Think Dimension. We'll see you all later. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is only possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you can get early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, access to many, many, many commentary tracks for a lot of films, and get to watch the exclusive Isolation 119. That's patreon.com/gbpodcast.